Chapter 3495. The man did not expect Lu Yin to wait for him. He hurriedly said, "There is no spiritual treasure array on the 8th step. Even if you walk past it, it doesn't count." Lu Yin stepped on the 8th step and walked towards the 9th step without looking at the man. The man gritted his teeth and watched Lu Yin walk past him. He shouted anxiously, "Are you afraid?" Lu Yin stopped and turned to look at the man. The man and Lu Yin looked at each other. He was nervous and no longer had the smile on his face. "Are you looking for death?" Lu Yin said slowly. The man gritted his teeth. "It's just a spiritual treasure array. If you're not afraid, why are you running away?" "Where are you from?" Lu Yin asked. The man said in a deep voice, "Heavenly Master of the Numinous Treasure Association, Weiing. I'm asking you, where are you from?" "I'm from the Numinous Treasure region." Lu Yin frowned. The karma spiral on his fingertip pierced through the man. In an instant, the man felt like he was penetrated. He subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. His face was pale as he did not know what happened. Lu Yin squinted his eyes. "Royal God Mountain." The man's eyes narrowed. How did this person know he was from the Royal God Mountain? From afar, Heavenly Master Yuran shouted, "Heavenly Master Weiing, leave the Celestial Master Staircase immediately. You're violating the rules of the Numinous Treasure Association." Weiing ignored Heavenly Master Yuran and stared at Lu Yin. "What did you do to me?" Lu Yin smiled. "Seems like you're looking for death." He looked forward. "Just as well, the spiritual treasure array is completed." Weiing heaved a sigh of relief. "Since it's completed, please challenge me." He was about to leave the Celestial Master Staircase. Suddenly, a hand fell on his shoulder. It was Lu Yin. "You come and go as you please. Who do you think you are?" Lu Yin threw Weiing into the spiritual treasure array. Weiing was shocked and hurriedly defended himself. The modified spiritual treasure array was called Heavenly Punishment. It was created by some heavenly master of the Royal God Mountain. It was given to him to join the Numinous Treasure Association. The Royal God Mountain was a small spiritual universe. They did not know that they were not part of the spiritualized universe. However, under Yu Sangtian's management, they were subconsciously separated from the major forces of the spiritualized universe. Although they were separated, they would still send people to join them to understand the major forces. Weiing was the heavenly master sent by the Royal God Mountain to join the Numinous Treasure Association. This time he took the risk of altering the Numinous Treasure Array in order to use the heavenly retribution to get rid of the third master. Once he got rid of this person, his position in the Royal God Mountain would be different. In fact, he didn't know much about the third master's character. He only knew that this person came from the Daoist Mountain Villa and was an enemy of the Imperial God Mountain. He was the one who protected the Imperial God Mountain's criminals. As for Lu Yin challenging the world's experts along the way, he had been in seclusion at the time and had not had the time to deal with it. It wasn't until Lu Yin had challenged the Celestial Master Staircase and caused such a huge commotion that he had come out. When he saw that it was Lu Yin, he didn't think much of it and attacked. As for breaking the rules of the Numinous Treasure Association, he did not mind. At most, he could challenge the Celestial Master Stairs again. However, he did not expect that the third master would be even more unruly than him. Not only did he not wait for him to modify the spiritual treasure array, he had also delayed the completion of the spiritual treasure array with great difficulty, but this person actually threw him in first. This was a scoundrel. His name was Weiing and he liked to weigh others. This time he was also weighing the third master. He didn't expect that in the end he would be weighed by the third master. "Third boss, please show mercy." Heavenly Master Yuran shouted. Lu Yin looked over. "Your Numinous Treasure Association members don't follow the rules, so don't blame me. This guy is from the Royal God Mountain. He wants to use the Celestial Master Stairs to kill me. I still need an explanation from the Numinous Treasure Association." Yuran did not expect such a thing to happen. She knew that Weiing came from the Royal God Mountain, and so did the Numinous Treasure Association. However, she did not care. The Numinous Treasure Association had people from various factions. They were not a single faction, but a gathering place for people who cultivated the Tao of Numinous Treasures. However, the Numinous Treasure Association had its own rules. Factions were not allowed to fight internally. Once violated, they would be expelled from the association. Weiing's action could be big or small. If the third master did not mind, They could just strip him of his position as the Heavenly Master Wang and never allow him to challenge the Celestial Master Stairs to become a Celestial Master. However, if the third master minded, Wang's action could be regarded as an assassination by the Numinous Treasure Association. It would have a huge impact on the association. The reputation of the Numinous Treasure Association in the spiritualized universe would instantly collapse. Third Master, the 8th Steps Array has been changed. I can make the decision. You do not need to walk on it. You can directly ascend to the 9th step. This is our compensation to you. As for Wang, we will strip him of his position as a Celestial Master and never allow him to become a Celestial Master again. Yuran hurriedly said. This punishment was fair. After all, Lu Yin did not step into the array after the change, so he did not lose anything. Lu Yin was cold and arrogant. I do not accept. Yuran frowned. Third Master, what do you want? Lu Yin looked around. The Celestial Master Stairs is said to be unpardonable by outsiders. Even the Numinous Treasure Association wants to regain its dignity. What about yourselves? Everyone in the Numinous Treasure Association had ugly expressions. Your own people changed the array in front of everyone just to deal with someone who challenged the Celestial Master Stairs. Isn't this an insult to the Celestial Master Stairs? What will the senior who created the Celestial Master Stairs think? How will the Numinous Treasure Association survive in the spiritualized universe? I would like to ask, is this matter that simple? No one refuted Lu Yin's words. This matter was too ugly and everyone in the Numinous Treasure Association was humiliated. Yuran clenched his fist. Third Master is right. From today onwards, Wang Master will be expelled from the Numinous Treasure Association and will never be allowed to step into the Numinous Treasure domain. No one objected. Even those who were close to Wang Master did not plead for mercy. This matter was too embarrassing. Heavenly Master Zhou Xian shook his head. This Wang Master was too stupid. Even if he wanted to deal with the Third Master, he should not have done so. Did he really think that the Numinous Treasure Association would stand up for him? Or did he not know how powerful the Third Master was? Qian Huifeng's gaze was cold. Wang Master, even if he was not expelled from the Numinous Treasure Association, he would still kick Wang Master out. Those who did not become Celestial Masters were furious. This Wang Master was not worthy of being a Celestial Master. On the Celestial Master Stairs, Lu Yin nodded. That's more like it. This will make me believe that this matter has nothing to do with the Numinous Treasure Association. Next, it will be between me and this person. Heavenly Master Yuran was surprised. Third Master Wang Master has already been punished. That's the Numinous Treasure Association's punishment. What does it have to do with me? This person wanted to deal with me in front of everyone. If I don't kill him, how can I live up to the title of Third Master of the Dayu Manor? Lu Yin shouted. Third Master, please deal with him after you leave the Numinous Treasure domain. Heavenly Master Yuran hurriedly said. Wang Master was a disgrace to the Numinous Treasure Association, but before this person had contributed greatly to the association. It was not a problem for him to study the Numinous Treasure Array with them. If they allowed the Third Master to kill Wang Master here, the Numinous Treasure Association would not be able to accept it. Expelling Wang Master from the Numinous Treasure domain was also to give him time to escape. This was the Numinous Treasure Association's last bit of mercy. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Are you telling me what to do? Heavenly Master Yuran was helpless. This person's words were arrogant, but his strength made her feel helpless. Third Master also walks the path of Numinous Treasure. You can be considered half a member of the Numinous Treasure Association. Please give us some face. Heavenly Master Yuran's attitude softened. On the side, Heavenly Master Zhou Xian bowed. Third Master, please give us some face. Let's talk after we leave the Numinous Treasure domain. Heavenly Master Inghan bowed. Third Master, please give us some face. In the corner, Qian Huifeng bowed. Third Master, please give us some face. Third Master, please. Voices sounded from all directions. They all came from the Heavenly Masters. Some were the 9 Heavenly Masters of the Numinous Treasure Association. Some were not yet Heavenly Masters of the Numinous Treasure Association, but they were still Heavenly Masters of Numinous Treasure. Listening carefully, there were almost 20 people around. That was almost 20 Heavenly Masters of Numinous Treasure begging for mercy. At this moment, Shi Hua said clearly in the corner, Third Master, please give us some face. Let's talk after we leave the numinous treasure domain. Several people hurriedly bowed. Third Master, please. One after another, everyone in the Numinous Treasure Association bowed and begged for mercy. Heavenly Master Yuran did not expect this. The Numinous Treasure Association's attitude towards the Third Master had completely changed. In the beginning they were ready to fight to the death to protect their dignity. Now they were begging for mercy not because they were afraid but because they treated the Third Master as half of their own. If they were afraid they would rather die than surrender. But when it came to their own people they could beg for mercy. There was no longer any hostility from them. Luin also noticed it. If it were the Heavenly Masters who begged for mercy, he might not have given them face. But there were so many people in the Numinous Treasure Association who were begging for mercy. They all called him a junior, which wiped away his killing intent. These people were no longer hostile to him. He saw the shadow of the Tianyuan universe's Lockbreaker society in these people. At this moment the Numinous Treasure Association bowed to him, but it did not count as bowing. They acknowledged Lu Yin's position as a powerhouse in the Numinous Treasure Association. He's just a piece of trash. If you want him I'll give him to you. Luin did not care. Heavenly Master Yuran heaved a sigh of relief. The people of the Numinous Treasure Association raised their heads. Thank you, Third Master. Thank you, Third Master. At this time, Wei came out of the Numinous Treasure Array in a sorry state. This array was set up by him so he could naturally escape, but it was not easy. He was panting heavily and sweating profusely. He was still in a state of shock. He looked up and saw Lu Yin's mocking gaze. Wei, you are expelled from the Numinous Treasure Association. Leave the Numinous Treasure Domain immediately, Heavenly Master Yuran shouted. Wei could not hear anything outside the Numinous Treasure Array. Heavenly Master Yuran's words shocked him. You expelled me from the Numinous Treasure Association? Heavenly Master Yuran's gaze was cold. If not for this person she would not have begged the Third Master and asked the entire Numinous Treasure Association to plead for mercy. Leave the Numinous Treasure Domain immediately and never set foot in it again. Wei could not accept it. I was the one who set up the Tier 8 array. I just changed it. I wanted to change it anyway, but the Third Master happened to challenge me. It was just a coincidence. What did I do wrong? Zhou Xian's Tomb of Landscape used to be a Tier 1 array. The Third Master changed it to a Tier 2 array. He's the same. Zhou Xian was stunned. He was being dragged into this. Lu Yin glanced at Zhou Xian with a cold gaze. Zhou Xian quickly bowed and smiled awkwardly. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Chapter 3496. The Taoist Master Yuran shouted. The Tomb of Landscape originally had 2 levels. You can have 1 or 2 levels. But you changed the Numinous Treasure formation at the last minute. Everyone can see that. The Numinous Treasure Guild has unanimously decided to expel you and leave immediately. I don't accept this. Wang was furious. He left the Royal God Mountain and joined the Spirit Treasure Association. He had a bright future. How could he fail? I'll just change the array back. The third headkeeper did not enter the array. It has no effect on him. Qian Huifeng shouted. Wang, leave the Spirit Treasure region. Stop talking. Zhishan said, leave. Yuran shouted, leave immediately. Some people were too focused on something and lacked experience. Wang was like that. Due to his special background in the Royal God Mountain, he had been in contact with the Spirit Treasure Dao since young. He rarely communicated with the outside world. His future was already planned. As long as he walked step by step, he could reach the position he wanted. The process was supposed to be long, but everyone was the same. He already had the upper hand. But Lu Yin's arrival showed him a shortcut. As long as he killed the third headkeeper, he could shorten the time. This was the reason why he took action. As for the consequences, he did not care. Since the Spirit Treasure Association was supporting him, he could quit being a celestial master. It was worth it to kill the third headkeeper. But he did not expect to be expelled before he killed the third headkeeper. Especially when he experienced life and death in the array. How could he accept this? The entire Numinous Treasure Association was hostile towards him. He was clearly a member of Numinous Treasure Association, so this should be his territory. Wang was furious. He stared at Yuran and said, "You are afraid." The expressions of Heavenly Master Yuran and the others changed. Wang roared, "You are afraid of the third headkeeper? He expelled you just because he said so? What kind of spirit treasure association are you? What kind of unity is this? You expelled me, one of the 9 celestial masters, for him. You're all a bunch of trash. I just changed the array. He did not lose anything. But he expelled me just because I came from the Royal God Mountain. Who do you think you are? Wei Ying's voice echoed from the Spirit Treasure Association. Everyone in the association was stunned. Lu Ying smiled. Interesting. The whole Spirit Treasure Association was pleading for mercy for the 3rd head keeper. In the end, the 3rd head keeper blamed the association. Did he not know him? Or did he not understand the Spiritual Treasure Society? In the square, Old Tao looked at him and said, "This person is a talent." Palace Master Yao looked at the scale with disdain and contempt. Only then could Qing Qing not even look at him. In the corner, Qian Huifeng was trembling with anger. Wei Ying, what nonsense are you talking about? Wei Ying roared, "Isn't it? You hypocrites, you keep talking about unity and the Lingbao Society being one. But what happened in the end? You don't even dare to attack this person who violated the rules. So what if I changed the array formation? So what if he wanted to deal with him? If you don't dare, I'll do it. You're all trash, a bunch of trash." Qian Huifeng wished he could slap him to death. This person had already disgraced the Numinous Treasure Guild by changing the array formation of the Numinous Treasure Guild. There were not only people from the Numinous Treasure Association here, but also many outsiders. He could imagine that this matter would spread throughout the spiritualized universe, and he would become the laughingstock of the spiritualized universe. The Numinous Treasure Association would also become a laughing stock. If such a person were to become a heavenly master, what prestige would Numinous Treasure have? Lu Ying was curious. How did such a person become a celestial master? Rain burning the Sky Master, can you help me clear up my doubts? Yuran closed his eyes. What happened today was the most humiliating thing in the history of the Numinous Treasure Association. One of their own insulted the Celestial Master ladder, and the entire Numinous Treasure Association was insulted by one of their own. Wei Ying was so angry that he lost his mind. He stared at Lu Ying and said, "You're amazing. You can make the entire Numinous Treasure Association not dare to attack and banish me for you. If you have the ability, you can break through this array formation. I've specially set up this array formation for you. You dare to offend the Royal God Mountain? I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Lu Yin's eyes widened. How dare you? An earth-shattering pressure suddenly descended, as if it was guiding the light from the sky, and fell into the Numinous Treasure region. At this moment, the Numinous Treasure region trembled, and the starry sky was distorted. Everyone felt an unimaginable pressure from heaven and earth. The air seemed to have become 10,000 times heavier. The Numinous Treasure Association went silent. The pressure did not fall on them, but it made it hard for them to breathe. Everyone subconsciously bent their knees to prevent their bodies from being crushed. They lowered their heads and their bodies were drenched in sweat. Wei Ying fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked. What kind of pressure is this? I've never experienced anything like this before, so how can it be so strong? This person is clearly so young. Wei Ying's vision blurred and his brain buzzed. His thoughts were in chaos and blood flowed out of his orifices. His body trembled uncontrollably and his blood stopped flowing. His entire body went numb. The world turned gray. Lu Ying looked down at Wei Ying from above as if the heavens had descended. Lu Ying had encountered people like Wei Ying ever since he had embarked on the path of cultivation. They had all come from monstrous backgrounds and believed that they could control everything, but in the end they had lost everything. Night Queen Yanqing was one such person, but the numerous clashes had allowed her to see the truth. Night King Zhenwu had a monstrous background, but he had been careful with his actions. Even if he had been certain of victory, he had still used poison. Such people were the most terrifying. There had to be someone behind Wei Ying. However, the person behind Wei Ying could not threaten Lu Ying at all. The current leader of the spiritualized universe was Yu Sang Tian, and even he could not suppress Lu Ying, let alone others. As he looked at Wei Ying, who was sprawled on the ground, Lu Ying knew that he had become the person he had once looked up to, the person who viewed everything as ants. However, this was a path that had to be taken in order to cultivate. Viewing everything as ants was a kind of height, but Lu Yin's mentality was to protect the Tianyuan universe and those who supported him. He hoped that he could guide others to do good, but of course whether or not he could do so was another matter. However, Wei Ying was indeed something that he viewed as an ant. Lu Ying raised his foot and stepped over Wei Ying. With a stomp he left. He had stepped over Weiing, which was a great humiliation to Weiing. This humiliation was enough to make the two of them fight to the death, but it did not matter. Weiing would not live to see the next day. Lu Yin walked towards the 9th step. Behind him, Weiing's eyes were as red as blood as he resisted the pressure. He gritted his teeth as fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. If you have the ability, then go through the array. Lu Yin stopped and did not even turn around. Your pride is strong enough to withstand my pressure. Then who gave it to you? Weiing coughed up blood and stared at Lu Yin's back. Lu Yin turned to look at Heavenly Master Yu Ran. I think it's better to cut the weeds and dig up the roots. Heavenly Master Yu Ran's eyes trembled, but he did not reply. Weiing's eyes widened and he laughed bitterly. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots? Fine, fine. If you have the ability, then go to Royal God Mountain and find him. He gave me dignity and status. He gave me my future path, but you cut it off. He won't let you go. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'll find him. Weiing coughed up blood again. You don't dare. You don't even dare to enter this array. You don't dare to find him. You don't dare. Lu Yin raised a hand and reached into the Heavenly Retribution Sourcebox array. Under everyone's gaze, he waved his hand and forcefully pulled out a strand of the sourcebox's murderous intent, which pierced through Weiing's body. Weiing was stunned and he fell to the ground with disbelief and unwillingness. How was this possible? Heavenly Master Yu Ran and the others did not stop Lu Yin from killing Weiing, but they had not expected Lu Yin to use such a method. Using the Heavenly Retribution Sourcebox's murderous intent to kill Weiing meant that he could not only break the array but also control it. This third master had not used his own strength to kill Weiing, but had used a sourcebox array to kill Weiing using Heavenly Retribution. This was something that Weiing could not believe even in death. Lu Yin had not even entered the array, so how could he control it? Heavenly Master Yu Ran could not understand. How high was this person's strength in the Tao of Spiritual Treasures? The rest of the Spiritual Treasure Association were silent. Weiing had died and they did not blame Lu Yin for not leaving the realm of spiritual treasures alive. This was especially so since Lu Yin had used his strength in the Tao of spiritual treasures to kill Weiing, which could be considered giving face to the association. It was Weiing's own arrogance. He had wanted to harm the third master and he had also been so arrogant that he had even insulted the Spiritual Treasure Association. They could not blame Lu Yin for this. Lu Yin retracted his hand. The Heavenly Retribution Sourcebox array's murderous intent was constantly changing due to the loss of one sourcebox. It might become even more terrifying, but it was likely to gradually calm down. At the very least, it would not be the same array as before. Lu Yin did not even look at the corpse being weighed. This person was not even qualified to enter the general platform hell. He was not strong and had walked the path of spiritual treasures from start to finish. He would not have much karma, so it was meaningless. Was it Lord? He was from the Royal God Mountain and he was the one behind Weiing. To be able to give him so much dignity, he was obviously not to be trifled with. However, Lu Yin did not care. The Royal God Mountain was destined to be his enemy. He raised his foot and took another step, arriving at the 9th step. Everyone shifted their gazes away from the corpse and looked at Lu Yin. Once he crossed the 9th step, this third master would be the 10th Heavenly Master of the Spiritual Treasure Association. No, the 9th Heavenly Master. In the plaza, Old Tao did not look too good. Lord. He seemed to have heard of this person before, but he did not know the details. He looked at Palace Mistress Yao, who also had a heavy expression, but now was not the time to talk about this. On the 9th step of the Celestial Master Staircase, Lu Yin looked ahead but saw nothing. Heavenly Master Yu Ran walked out. Heavenly Master Zhou Xian reminded him, it might not be the same as before. You have to grasp it yourself. Heavenly Master Yu Ran paused, nodded and walked towards the Celestial Master Staircase. Lu Yin looked over and saw Heavenly Master Yu Ran reach the 9th step. He raised his eyebrows. Why? Do you want to learn how to weigh and give me a hard one? Heavenly Master Yu Ran glanced at the corpse being weighed. He asked for it. It has nothing to do with others. However, third master has a strong killing intent. Be careful of Lord. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back and did not care. No one in the spiritualized universe can threaten me. Xianxia is no exception. Heavenly Master Yu Ran looked at Lu Yin deeply. Third master, do you really want to become a heavenly master of the Spiritual Treasure Association? Lu Yin looked at her and smiled. If I say yes, would you dare to accept it? Chapter 3497. Hearing Lu Yin's words, Yuran nodded. The Numinous Treasure Association gathers cultivators who walk the path of numinous treasure. Unless this person is evil, there is no reason for the association to reject him. Lu Yin laughed. This is similar to the rules of the Dayu Villa. Do you think I'm evil? Yuran frowned. Evil? Yes, but the Dayu Villa has broken the rules. It is evil in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin did not refute. Different standpoints led to different ways of looking at problems. In the eyes of the people from the spiritualized universe, he was an evil person. Breaking a taboo was an evil act. This was decided by their countless years of cultivation and culture. The Celestial Master Staircase is the most sacred thing in the Numinous Treasure Association. If one succeeds in the challenge, one can become a Celestial Master. But perhaps you will be an exception. Lu Yin did not mind. I have seen the unity of the Numinous Treasure Association. I can understand why they did not accept me. After all, they cannot offend the entire spiritualized universe for someone as evil as me. I admire you for being honest. Yuran smiled bitterly. Although you have broken the rules, you are open and upright. I personally hope that you can join the Numinous Treasure Association, but for the sake of the association, I am willing to bear the consequences. If the Dayu Villa is in trouble in the future, the Numinous Treasure Association will not kick you when you are down. Lu Yin smiled and did not speak. In that case, what we are going to do next is indeed the same as weighing. Yuran looked at Lu Yin seriously. I want to change it to the 9th step. How? Originally, the 9th step wouldn't be able to stop the 3rd leader. But now I want to try myself. If I can stop the 3rd leader from passing the Celestial Master Staircase, that would be the best. If I can't, I will bear all the blame. Lu Yin looked around and saw the members of the Numinous Treasure Association. They had all heard Yuran's words, which was why Lu Yin admired her. She was open and upright. The Numinous Treasure Association had no obligation to offend the spiritualized universe for Lu Yin, even if he became a Celestial Master. They could not throw the entire association into the mix. Although they were united, they were not stupid. Lu Yin could understand. You are thinking too much. I have never thought of joining the Numinous Treasure Association or becoming a Celestial Master. I am just curious about the Celestial Master Staircase, Lu Yin said. Heavenly Master Yulan took a deep breath and said, the 9th step, spiritual chess. 3rd Master, you can choose your own spiritual treasure. Lingqi. Lu Yin was confused. Master Yulan was surprised. 3rd Master, you don't know about Lingqi? Explain. The so-called spiritual chess is a chess piece that uses the spiritual treasure's killing intent as the chess pieces. It is divided into black and white. Lu Yin understood. This was a stable perimeter. This spiritualized universe also played this game, but the name was different. 3rd Master, do you understand? Understood. I've played it before, but I don't know the name. Alright, let's begin. 3rd Master, please choose your spiritual treasure. Lu Yin was amused. Since you've changed the Lingqi, you can also choose the Lingqi treasure. Heavenly Master Yuran's eyes were solemn. 3rd Master, are you serious? Doesn't matter. Heaven Master Yulan thought for a moment, then waved his hand, causing numerous spirit treasures to appear. Soon the entire spirit treasure assembly was in an uproar. Heavenly Master Zhi Shan, Qian Huifeng, Ying Han and the others were all shocked. How many spirit treasures were there? Lu Yin was shocked as well. 10, a total of 10 boundless advanced source boxes. This Heaven Master Yuran was really ruthless. The most difficult stable Lu Yin had ever experienced was when he had fought against Mu Shang. He had used 8 boundless advanced source boxes. If not for Celestial Master Qiuling's memories, Lu Yin would not have been able to beat Mu Shang. In the end, he had relied on Guyu's letter to see through the hidden corners to win. He had not expected Heaven Master Yuran to directly use 10 boundless advanced source boxes. 10 boundless advanced source boxes shocked the entire spirit treasure assembly. It was obvious that even in this spiritualized universe, where lock-breaking surpassed the Tian Yuan universe's spirit treasure assembly, it was rare to see a game with so many boundless advanced source boxes. Even Heaven Master Yuran was cautious. 3rd Master, are you all right? Lu Yin looked deeply at Heaven Master Yuran. Are you all right? Thank you for your concern, 3rd Master. Then let us begin, Heaven Master Yuran said. She was staking everything on this one throw. In order to stop Lu Yin from reaching the 9th step and to avoid being scolded by the Spirit Treasure Assembly, she was willing to take this risk. Her cultivation was at the level of the sequence laws, and 8 boundless advanced source boxes would not be a problem. Even Mu Shang would be able to withstand it. However, with each additional source box, the difficulty would increase exponentially. This was because the danger from the source boxes would become extremely complex, and it would not be as simple as doubling or tripling the difficulty. Now, there were 10 boundless advanced source boxes, and even sequence laws powerhouses would have to be careful. They would have to guard against the danger from the source boxes while also completing the game. This was disadvantageous for Heaven Master Yu Ran, as she was far weaker than Lu Yin. On the other hand, this was beneficial to Lu Yin as he could completely ignore the danger from the source boxes. Heaven Master Yu Ran was helpless. No matter how many source boxes she placed, they would not be able to threaten the third master. In that case, she would have to place as many source boxes as possible and make this game as complex as possible. The more complex it was, the more she would have to rely on the strength of a source box. Only then would she have a higher chance of winning. However, if she made a single wrong move, she would have to pay with her life. At this moment, above the 9th stair, the danger from the 10 boundless advanced source boxes collided in an irregular manner and continued to spread. It had already spread to the 8th, 7th and even the 5th stair, and it was still spreading. These dangers collided, combined and cancelled each other out. It took more than an hour for everything to calm down. Finally, the Celestial Master Staircase was completely covered by the danger from the source boxes. The Landscape Tomb, Maplewood Night, Heavenly Retribution and other source box arrays were also included. They collided with the danger from the 10 source boxes, creating a strange scene. Water dripped from the void over at the Landscape Tomb. Light appeared over Maplewood Night. The Heavenly Retribution source box array had been destroyed by Lu Yin and was currently collapsing. However, at this moment, it was filled with the sound of thunder, and lightning bolts occasionally streaked across the sky. This was something that Heaven Master Yu Ran had not expected. She had never used 10 boundless advanced source boxes before. She had only used 9 at most. 10 source boxes had become uncontrollable. Now, the combination of so many source box arrays was even more frightening. Xian shouted. Heaven Master Yu Ran rearranged the source boxes. This round of source boxes is over. Qian Huifeng also shouted. This is no longer source box. Somewhere between a source box array and a source box. It's completely changed and we can't control it. Inghan's face paled as this was indeed not source box. Once he entered, he would not be able to hold on for long. That lightning, that water dripping from the void, and that light were all unfathomable. What the hell was that? Heaven Master Yu Ran frowned and subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin continued to look at her. You can redo it. I'm fine with that. Heaven Master Yu Ran gritted her teeth. No need. This is the 9th steps trial. Lu Yin laughed. The more complex the source box is, the more you think you can win. That represents your confidence, but if you can't even withstand the source box's danger, how can you play? I can tell you this clearly. He pointed at the original location of the Heavenly Retribution array, which was now filled with lightning. That location is enough to kill you. Heaven Master Yu Ran gasped. She took a deep breath. This is the path of source boxes. Every cultivator of this path is fighting against the heavens, and they can die without regrets. Lu Yin sighed. Your spirit is commendable, but it's not worth it. Let Su Sherdao come. He can play with me. Heaven Master Yu Ran was solemn. If you win, I will personally take you to see Senior Su, but this round is mine. Lu Yin shrugged. Up to you. Don't blame me if you die. Choose black or white. Then I'll choose white. Heaven Master Yu Ran retracted her gaze and looked at Sourcebox. Now she had to find the way in. Lu Yin also looked at Sourcebox. Although he did not care about the Sourcebox's danger, if he rashly went in and messed up the Sourcebox's danger, causing all the black stones to disappear, he would lose even if it was a matter of luck. He had never tried such a stable perimeter before, and this was a challenge. It would be of great help to improve his lock-breaking ability and cognition. More people came to the Spirit Treasure Association. Some were cultivators and some were members of the association. The third master of the Dayu Villa had challenged the Celestial Master Staircase and climbed all the way to the 9th step. This had caused a great shock to the outside world, and it was comparable to when he had been invincible in terms of intent realm. The path of spiritual treasures was different from the path of cultivation. No one had expected the third master to be so powerful in both the path of cultivation and the path of spiritual treasures. He was so powerful that he was only one step away from becoming a celestial master. How did this person cultivate? In the Beyond Heaven Palace, Xianxia looked into the distance. He was not surprised. After all, this person was the master of the Tianyuan universe and was born from the fate of the universe. He could even comprehend the path of karma, let alone the path of spiritual treasures. Su Shidao hoped that he would not disappoint him. Also, where was the one true God? Xianxia's face darkened as he stared at Lu Yin. He thought that he had seen through the master of the Tianyuan universe, but he had lost track of the eternal ruler. That existence also made him apprehensive. Although they had never fought, he knew that the one true God might be someone who was strong enough to fight him. Meng Sang's disappearance must be related to the one true God. In the spirit treasure domain, on the 9th step of the celestial master staircase, two people stood outside the spirit chest for several days without moving. They were looking for a way to enter. In the outside world, celestial master Zhi Shan, Qian Huifeng, and the other celestial masters were all looking at the spirit chest. They were also thinking about how to enter, wanting to see the spirit chest clearly. It seemed like a game between celestial master Yu Ran and Lu Yin, but in reality, everyone was in the game. Another 2 days passed. On this day, Lu Yin looked up and saw celestial master Yu Ran's bloodshot eyes. When the spirit chest reached such a complicated level, one's own strength was also very important. All kinds of cultivation were ultimately won. Even if he had never learned lock-breaking, he could see at this moment. Needless to say, he was very accomplished in the path of lock-breaking. With celestial master Yu Ran's strength, she could see it clearly in 2 days at most. However, these 2 days were a gap that she could not cross at the moment. Lu Yin moved and stepped diagonally into the spirit chest. Everyone in the Spirit Treasure Society stared at him. Celestial Master Yu Ran's body trembled as she watched Lu Yin step into the spirit chest. Had he seen through it? As Lu Yin entered, the killing intent of the source boxes, which had calmed down, flared up and began to stack and collide with each other. The black and white pieces were constantly being erased. Lu Yin raised his hand from time to time to move, constantly preventing the black pieces from being erased. However, the white pieces were being erased faster and faster. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't take long for all the white pieces to disappear from the spirit chest. Chapter 3498. Spirit chess rules dictated that only one black piece remained. Even if the black piece disappeared until only one remained, the black piece would still win. Rainburn grew anxious, as this third master had clearly seen through the spirit chess board. If she waited any longer, she would not even have the time to enter the board. She no longer hesitated and stepped out of the board. Lu Yin's gaze froze. Rainburn had not completely seen through the spirit chess board, and her decision to enter had been based on luck. However, her luck was not bad. The danger from the source boxes constantly changed and combined like a boiling ocean that swept through everything. Regardless of whether it was the black or white pieces, they were all wiped out. Lu Yin had originally allowed the black pieces to have the advantage in numbers, but now, all of them had been wiped out, which meant that all of his previous efforts had been destroyed. This would not do. Lu Yin tapped his finger lightly and guided the danger from the source boxes towards Rainburn. There were 10 boundless advanced source boxes, each with a different danger. One of the source boxes' danger was like a pile of stones that constantly piled up to form an ancient structure that brazenly pressed down on Rainburn. Rainburn gritted her teeth and changed her position to avoid the danger. The change in position caused the danger from the source boxes to change as well. Even Lu Yin could not easily predict what this change would be, as it was too complicated. If Lu Yin wanted to determine the victor, he could simply use the danger to deal with Rainburn, and she would not be able to block it. However, that would be too low class. After all, this was the path of lock-breaking and one's strength was inferior. The reason why he could see through the spirit chessboard was largely due to his strength, which was unfair to begin with. Within the spirit chessboard, he would try to give her as much fairness as possible. Rainburn counterattacked and took out something similar to a lock-breaking tool to guide the danger from the source boxes towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin also counterattacked. He did not need a lock-breaking tool, so the danger from the source boxes did not affect him at all. This fact made Rainburn sullen, but there was nothing she could do. She could only attack the black pieces, but her speed was not as fast as Lu Yin's. As they fought, the black and white pieces were constantly consumed. As time passed, the white pieces were being wiped out faster and faster. Even the outsiders could see this. Rainburn has lost. How did the third master cultivate? He's so powerful even in the path of spiritual treasures. Wrong, he still relies on his strength. But we can't deny that this third master has the strength of a celestial master when it comes to spiritual treasures. Otherwise he would not have been able to reach this step. No one refuted him, as Lu Yin's lock-breaking ability was obvious to all. Without the corresponding lock-breaking ability, Lu Yin could destroy the sourcebox's danger zones, but he would not be able to use them. As more and more white chess pieces were wiped out, Yuran became more and more anxious. Unknowingly he was close to the 8th step, which was where the Heavenly Retribution Earthly Annihilation Spiritual Treasure Array formation was. She didn't react until the thunder roared. The terrifying lightning was like a monster. It suddenly erupted and swept towards her. Heavenly Master Yulan looked at the incoming thunder and saw 2 golden eyes devouring it. The power of the explosion tore her skin apart. She retreated, but her surroundings were filled with the danger of sourceboxes. Every step she took was filled with unpredictable danger. Outside, the people of Numinous Treasure Society were shocked. Heaven Master Yuran, be careful. Zhishan was shocked. Suddenly, several water droplets appeared in front of Heavenly Master Yulan. 1 mountain, 1 water. The water droplets turned into mountains to stop the lightning. She came back to her senses and retreated once again. Only then did she leave the range of the lightning. This was the mountain river tomb. She looked at the 7th step and Lu Yin withdrew his hand. This was because he had taken action just now. He had changed the mountain river tomb and used the water droplets from the void to save Heavenly Master Yuran. Otherwise this woman would have died. The sourcebox array's power was comparable to a sequence law, and it was very rare. After all, it was a combination of 10 boundless advanced sourceboxes and a sourcebox array. It had never appeared in the Tianyuan universe before. Thank you, Heavenly Master Yuran said gratefully. Outside, the people of Numinous Treasure Society looked at Lu Yin gratefully. Heavenly Master Yuran's status in Numinous Treasure Society was extremely high. She liked to help the younger generation and was not arrogant. Most of the society's unity was due to her. It could be said that Numinous Treasure Society could lose the number 1 Heavenly Master of Numinous Treasure, but they could not lose Yuran. She was the true pillar of Numinous Treasure Society. In particular, Lu Yin had saved her by using the Mountain River Tombs array. He had used the path of Numinous Treasure to save someone, which earned the society's respect. They had been hostile at the beginning, but now they were starting to respect Lu Yin. Jihua even cheered. After being saved by Lu Yin, Heavenly Master Yuran was too ashamed to continue playing, and she dejectedly left the spirit board. The moment she left the board, she had lost. The people of Numinous Treasure Society were not unwilling. This was the difference in strength, and there was no other way. Third head, I admit defeat. You can leave as well, Heavenly Master Yuran said politely. Lu Yin looked around. Even if I leave this spirit board, it will be hard for you to solve it. Heavenly Master Yuran said, don't worry, Numinous Treasure Society can solve it. Lu Yin wanted to help them get rid of the spirit board, but since Heavenly Master Yuran said so, he let her be. Her life was saved by Lu Yin and she could be grateful. However, Numinous Treasure Society could not be looked down upon. If they could not even solve this spirit board, it would be too embarrassing. Lu Yin walked out of the spirit board and stood on the 9th step. The Heavenly Master Staircase Challenge was successful. Numinous Treasure Society was silent as everyone looked on with mixed feelings. What should Numinous Treasure Society do next? Should they accept the third head as a Heavenly Master of Numinous Treasure Society? Thinking of the Dayu Villa's violation of the rules and what the third head had done, their scalps went numb. Once the third head joined Numinous Treasure Society, it would mean that Numinous Treasure Society would become enemies with all the major forces in the spiritualized universe for him. Otherwise, it would go against the unity of Numinous Treasure Society. They did not want to do so, but they could not reject it, especially since they respected the third head. What was wrong with this person? Could he not cause so much trouble? If this person was normal, everyone in Numinous Treasure Society would welcome him with open arms. Heavenly Master Yuran was even more bitter. If this person was not an enemy of the Outland, she would even give up her position as president to him. Why did it have to be this kind of person? Even if they had agreed to stop this person from joining Numinous Treasure Society, did they really have to do that? Was this person really evil? Her life was saved and she could not live with her conscience. Numinous Treasure Society was in an unprecedented awkward situation. Heavenly Master Yuran was in an unprecedented awkward situation. Under such circumstances, the more conscientious a person was, the more they would feel guilty. However, in the entire cultivation world there were not many people like this. They were all worn down by the mutual deception of the cultivation world. The reason why Numinous Treasure Society could maintain such a mentality was related to their uniqueness. Numinous Treasure Society did not need to compete with the outside world for resources. All the numinous treasures in the spiritualized universe were still in Numinous Treasure Domain, so they did not need to interact with the outside world. Perhaps Shi Kong Domain had already thought of this situation. Numinous Treasure Society was like a pure land in the cultivation world. Although there were occasional impurities, it was not a big deal. Lu Yin stood on the Celestial Master Staircase and looked in a direction. He felt an indescribable sense of danger in that direction. There was a power there. At his fingertip, a karmic spiral twined. With a wave of his hand, the karmic spiral moved in that direction. No matter what kind of powerhouse existed in that direction, they could not pry into the karmic spiral. This was a power that even Yu Sangtian was afraid of, and he had even killed his way to the Tianyuan universe. The black and white landscape was a painting, but the people in the painting were alive. The karmic spiral entered, causing ripples to appear in the painting. The old man by the lake was penetrated, and Lu Yin saw Yu Sangtian and himself. This old man had karma with him. The old man turned and looked at Lu Yin. His eyes were filled with surprise and confusion, but there was also a hint of a smile. I am Master Su. I have long heard of your great name, Third Master. Please come and have a chat with me. Latest update on this site. Yuran, lead the way for Third Master. Yuran heard this and politely said to Lu Yin, Third Master, please follow me to meet Senior Su. The karmic spiral dissipated and Lu Yin retracted his gaze. This old man was from Master Su? He was indeed powerful. Although he could not pry into karma, he could actually avoid it, just like Mr. Li. He had sensed something in advance, but he did not avoid it, allowing the karmic spiral to penetrate him. What was he thinking? Lu Yin could see Master Su, but he could not. His goal was to find Bao Qi's whereabouts. Heaven's hand had placed Bao Qi's location at the foot of the Celestial Master Staircase, so he had no choice but to come. Since Master Su was not fighting for Sang Tian's position, and Lu Yin had a good impression of Spiritual Treasure Association, there was no need to cause trouble. But now he was curious. Why did Master Su not avoid the karmic spiral? Normal people would avoid invisible attacks. This was an instinct. Even if they did not know what the attack represented, they would still avoid it. Why was Master Su an exception? Everyone in Spiritual Treasure Association quietly watched Lu Yin follow Yuran to Master Su's location. Their gazes were complicated and they did not know how to treat this third master. In the square, Old Tao and the rest were worried again. They thought that Lu Yin could leave after successfully challenging the Celestial Master Staircase. They knew that Lu Yin's goal was Bao Qi's position at the foot of the Celestial Master Staircase. But now Lu Yin was following Yuran to meet Master Su. What would the result be? They did not know. Would Master Su attack them like he did to Jin, Forget Sorrow Elder and Dancing Butterfly World Horizon? They could not imagine the result of the battle between Master Su and Master Su. Would Spiritual Treasure Association's attitude towards them change? Master Su was the supreme sect in Spiritual Treasure Association. Even Sang Tian had to be courteous when he saw him. Lu Yin knew the location of Master Su, but he still followed Yuran to it. His speed was neither fast nor slow. On the way, Yuran asked, Third Master came to Spiritual Treasure Association for Master Su? Lu Yin said calmly, not for anything, just for people. He was actually doing this for Bao Qi, but in Yuran's ears he was doing this for the Su Master Dao. Third Master, why did you challenge all the experts in the world? Are you curious? Something like that. Nothing much. I just want to see if there are any experts in the spiritualized universe that can stop me. Yuran stopped and looked at Lu Yin. Is there no expert in the Tianyuan universe that can stop Third Master? After the Battle of Intent, Lu Yin and the rest's origin was clear. They came from the Tianyuan universe, but no one exposed it. They were all waiting for Sky Beyond's reaction. If Dayu Manor was weak, it would have been besieged. But Dayu Manor, especially Lu Yin's terrifying strength, no one stood out. They could only wait. Chapter 3499. Lu Yin and Yu Ran looked at each other and smiled. No. Yu Ran shook her head. If not, the Tianyuan universe will be in danger. It's better for you to plan ahead. What do you mean? Wu Jiang came from the Tianyuan universe to provoke Xianxia? Does Yuan Qi really want to replace Xianxia? Let's not talk about the strength of Beyond Heaven. It has 7 forces and 36 domains. You have made the wrong move. Provoking Xianxia to increase Yu Manor's position in the spiritualized universe is a huge mistake. The outside world only knew that Wu Jiang came from the Tianyuan universe, but they did not know that Yuan Qi was not Wu Jiang's master. There were many guesses in the outside world. Only the top figures in the spiritualized universe knew that Yuan Qi was being controlled. Why is it wrong? Lu Yin asked. Yu Ran was solemn. The spiritualized universe is much stronger than the Tianyuan universe. Time has been merciless. The gap is like a bottomless ravine. If you are invincible in the Tianyuan universe, then the spiritualized universe can find at least 10 experts to sweep through the Tianyuan universe or even more. This site is the first to be updated. Is the Plain Master sect one of them? Lu Yin asked. Yu Ran nodded. The Numinous Treasure Association hopes that the third master will consider the Grand Uvilla's position and re-establish contact with the spiritualized universe. If possible, the Numinous Treasure Association is willing to help the third master establish a foothold in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin looked at her back. Why? Because I saved you? Yu Ran did not answer. He did not know why. Was it because of his respect for the spiritualized universe? Although he was arrogant and unruly, he always showed respect for the spiritualized universe. Chang Liang's death was caused by him using the spiritualized universe. She was also saved by him using the spiritualized universe. He succeeded in challenging the Celestial Master Ladder and surpassed her in the spiritualized universe. However, he did not use that to threaten the spiritualized universe. Was he really as lawless as he appeared to be? Yu Ran could see it clearly. Many eyes in the spiritualized universe could see it clearly. This person was just a facade. The ground was separated by black and white. The Plain Master sect was ahead. Heavenly Master Yu Ran looked ahead and muttered to himself, black and white domain where Senior Su resides. Black and white are not the colors of heaven and earth. They come from the River of Swords. Lu Yin stepped forward. The Sword Path River is Senior Su's famous spirit treasure array formation. It specializes in killing, and each sword edge is enough to kill the spirit ancestor instantly. No one knows how many sword edges there are in the Sword Path River. Once, Senior Su used the Sword Path River to fight Meng Sangtian. Lu Yin slowly walked towards the black and white lights. Was this a Sword Dao River spirit treasure array? He rarely saw such a numinous treasure array. The origin array Heavenly Master who specialized in killing in the Tianyuan universe was Heavenly Master Li. Perhaps Heavenly Master Li had someone similar. He took a step forward and stepped on the black and white soil. Yu Ran's eyes flashed. They were here. A gust of wind blew past, carrying the fallen leaves into the distance. The fallen leaves came out of the black and white region. They were black and white, but after leaving the black and white region they turned yellow. Lu Yin accepted it, and the dried leaves crumbled at his fingertips before scattering to the ground. Why is there no movement? Heavenly Master Yu Ran was puzzled. An old voice rang out. A friend from afar. Ah. Lu Yin smiled and stepped into the black and white region. Lost. Heavenly Master Yu Ran stood outside the black and white region and looked inside. He did not leave and just stood there, hoping that the third master would listen to him. There were too many powerhouses in the spiritualized universe. Some came because their lifespans were approaching, some because of resources, and some because of Yu Sangtian. The world had lost all other colors and only black and white remained. Lu Yin had never seen such a scene before. He had seen the gray color of time standing still, and he had also seen the colorful colors. He was no stranger to this place. He walked all the way to the lakeside and saw an old man fishing with his back facing him. The old man looked at the bottom of the lake seriously. The lake water was clear and he could see the bottom at a glance. The fish approached the fishing line but quickly swam away. From time to time they would flap their tails and splash water onto the old man. The old man did not get angry and just stared at the bottom of the lake. Lu Yin walked to the lakeside and watched the fish tease the old man. He smiled. Why do you have to fish when you can catch them at any time? The old man smiled. That's what makes it fun. The fish is smart enough to know that you, the fisherman, will only tease you. You won't be able to catch it in this lifetime. The old man laughed. Isn't that more fun? Some people think they're fishermen, but they're actually the ones being fished. In the fish's eyes, I'm just someone who is being teased, but I can't do anything about it. It can get close to the fishing line or stay away from it. When it's bored, it will tease me, but it doesn't know that many times I can catch it just by reaching out. Lu Yin sat down. The fish doesn't have the foresight to see what you can do. Yes, people are the same. Some people think they're fishing, but they're actually the ones being fished. But if a true fisherman never pulls in the net, then he'll really become the one being fished. That depends on the strength and patience of both parties. In any case, I've been fishing for this fish for 100 years. The longer you wait, the more it will think that you can't do anything to it, Lu Yin said. The old man suddenly reached out and grabbed the fish at the bottom of the lake. The fish's eyes were filled with fear and confusion, and its tail kept flapping as it struggled to escape. Haha, let's see if you can still run. He casually tossed the fish back into the lake. The fish hurriedly swam to a corner of the lake and kept drilling down, hoping to escape from the old man's line of sight. The old man laughed. How sad. Now that it sees clearly, it'll live in fear for the rest of its life. It might as well be stewed by me. Lu Yin agreed. Yes, it might as well be stewed. The old man looked at Lu Yin. You agree? Lu Yin nodded and said seriously, I agree. In any case, it can't escape. You understand? Yes. Then why are you causing so much trouble? What does it have to do with me? We're talking about a fish. You're a fish. Even if you're a senior, you can't scold me. The old man was speechless. I said that you're a fish that keeps causing trouble. What's the difference between you and a fisherman? Lu Yin retorted, I'm not a fish. Believe me, you are. I'm really not. The old man sighed and put down his fishing rod. Xianxia came looking for me and gave me a condition to kill you. Lu Yin wasn't surprised. You can't do it. Whether or not I can do it is another matter. In this universe, whether it's the spiritualized universe or the Tianyuan universe, Xianxia will always be a fisherman and you can only be a fish. You came from the Tianyuan universe. You came from the Tianyuan universe to the spiritualized universe, but you just swam from one side of the lake to the other and around the fishing rod. He can catch you whenever he wants. At this point, he stood up. What's wrong with you, Junior? At our level, there's no need to explain things so clearly. You just don't understand. Lu Yin stood up as well. I understand, but I'm definitely not a fish. Then you're bait. Old man, you're bent on scolding me, aren't you? The old man laughed. In any case, I'm sure that Xianxia is a fisherman. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh. How ruthless, you're even scolding yourself. I'm a fish and so are you. All three universes are fish and only Xianxia is fishing. Junior, don't cause any more trouble. This isn't the way to protect the Tianyuan universe. Yuran just reminded you that there are too many powerhouses in the spiritualized universe, and some of them have lived longer than me. But no matter who they are, they're all suppressed by Xianxia. There are no exceptions. If you want to protect the Tianyuan universe, the Numinous Treasure Association can help you. This is the price you have to pay for saving Yuran's life. Lu Yin didn't believe it. Can the Numinous Treasure Association help me protect the Tianyuan universe? The old man thought about it. It's very difficult. Yes, sorry, I'm afraid you can't protect it. There are too many people waiting for the universe to restart. But protecting the boundless universe shouldn't be a problem. What makes you think you can do that? Xianxia will listen to you, Lu Yin retorted. The old man was pleased. Don't underestimate the Numinous Treasure Association. Spirit treasures are also resources of the universe, but they're all placed in the Numinous Treasure domain. Why? Because spirit treasures are the only things that can peek into the mysteries of the universe. What existed before the birth of humans can only be seen through spirit treasures. Xianxia has reached his level and the only thing left is eternal life. Once he reaches eternal life, what else can he do? Sit around and wait for death? Waiting for death is just a dream. He can't die, so he can only pursue higher goals. Lu Yin listened quietly. This might not be what Xianxia wanted to do, but it was the original intention behind the establishment of the Numinous Treasure Association. Spirit treasures were the only things that could avoid time. Time couldn't erode spirit treasures. Lock-breaking spirit treasures connected two separate periods of time. Before the birth of humans, what was the universe like? What creatures existed? Only through spirit treasures could they find out. The Numinous Treasure Association attracted countless people to join because of this. It was as if the lock-breaking spirit treasures were a shortcut. But the truth was that while the Numinous Treasure Association was important, it couldn't change Xianxia. A dream with a future that could never compare to reality. I'm curious. Why are you helping me? Just because you saved Yuran? Then you shouldn't have ignored Xianxia's conditions. Lu Yin didn't understand. The old man looked up at the stars. There was a secret behind the battle with Meng Sang. I knew it then. Xianxia used this as a condition for me to get rid of you, so he revealed the secret. Perhaps I could replace Meng Sang, but after so many years, I don't want to be involved in these matters anymore. I don't want to be Xianxia either. Lu Yin understood. Heart as still as water. The old man laughed. It's not that exaggerated. It's good to stay in the numinous treasure domain in the future. Fortunately, you're like this. Otherwise, you would have been cheated, Lu Yin said. The old man was puzzled. What do you mean by cheated? Lu Yin looked at him. Meng Xianxia went missing. The more time passes, the less likely he is to remain in his position. Even if you don't step forward to replace him, someone else will. The old man was shocked. How can this be? Meng Xianxia went missing? Did you do it? Oh. Chapter 3500. The elder was confused. How do you know? Even I don't know, and the spiritualized universe definitely doesn't know either. You're from the Tianyuan universe, so how do you know if you didn't do it? Lu Yin said naturally, I just know. The elder looked at Lu Yin deeply. Forget it, this has nothing to do with me. I've already warned you, so you can leave. Right, there's one more thing. The person behind the scale isn't simple. Lu Yin didn't leave. I also want to ask you something. Why didn't you dodge before? The elder met Lu Yin's gaze. I was curious. Curious. To be honest, I've never encountered an invisible attack in my entire life. I also want to see what it is. Perhaps I can find out why Xianxia cares so much about you but doesn't attack you. Unfortunately, I still can't understand it. At this point, he stared at Lu Yin as if waiting for an explanation. Lu Yin moved his arm. If you let me go, how are you going to explain it to Xianxia? The elder was disappointed. There's no need for that. It's just a deal. The worst-case scenario is that the deal fails. Do you want to put on a show? I'm quite curious about your spirit treasure array. There's a legendary spirit treasure array called Grafting Flowers. I'd like to see it. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he looked at the elder. The elder shook his head. I'm old and I don't have the heart to fight. Since there's no need to explain to you Xianxia, what's the point of fighting? I can tell you what that invisible attack is, Lu Yin said. The elder was excited. Good, I was waiting for you to say that. I'm not interested in Xianxia's deal, but yours is different. I'm Master Su, the #1 spirit treasure master in the spiritualized universe. Please. Lu Yin solemnly said, #1 origin array heavenly master in the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin. Please. Master Su was surprised. Origin array heavenly master? Equivalent to a heavenly master? You're the strongest in the Tianyuan universe? For now I am. Aha, good, the #1 in the spiritualized universe versus the #1 in the Tianyuan universe. Interesting. Then the black and white colors suddenly shrank and shot out from Lu Yin's feet towards Master Su. Finally, it turned into a huge black and white sword that slashed down at Lu Yin. Ancient sword. This move came too quickly and Lu Yin didn't expect it. Old man, you cheated. This spiritual treasure array has already been set up. Lu Yin was dissatisfied. Master Su laughed. Junior, I am the heavenly master of numinous treasures. Since you have entered, you must be mentally prepared. Come. Ancient sword. In the Numinous Treasure Society, everyone's jaws dropped as they stared blankly at the black and white swords that connected heaven and earth. Old Tao Palace Master Yao and the others were shocked. The black and white twin swords gave them a huge pressure. This pressure turned into a gale that swept across the spirit treasure domain. The entire spirit treasure domain was shaking. Countless spirit treasures were suppressed by the gale and were unable to move. This third head had really challenged the Plain Master Dao. The result of this battle would definitely be the same as the Intent Realm battle. It would shock the spiritualized universe. The black and white swords looked huge, but they were only about 10 meters away from Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't underestimate Master Su. He gathered the soil from the mortal ancestors' world to form a spear and thrust it forward. Bang! Every crack swallowed the surroundings, and the black and white domain was instantly destroyed. Then it headed for the Spirit Treasure Association. Lu Yin's spear extended along with the black and white swords, and it instantly pierced towards Master Su. Around Master Su, countless black and white swords appeared and slashed at the spear. At the same time, the black and white swords suddenly disappeared and turned into black and white gas. They formed a soft but sharp attack that slashed towards Lu Yin. There were no sequence particles, and it was a pure attack formed from a spirit treasure array. However, it was more terrifying than most of the sequence techniques that Lu Yin had encountered. These two attacks were enough to easily kill a sequence law expert. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The spear in his hand suddenly split apart and spread around him. He used the soil as the sourcebox's killing intent to form a sourcebox array, seemingly sealed shut. Seemingly sealed shut came from true insight. When the Prime Clear One had used the 3 Yang ancestral qi to transform into Progenitor Hui, he had used seemingly sealed shut to seal Lu Yin. Seemingly sealed shut could seal the enemy, but it could also protect oneself. Master Su's eyes widened. Not a bad spirit treasure array, but it's useless. The black and white gas continued to slash down, but seemingly sealed shut couldn't last for long. Lu Yin remained calm and composed. Seemingly sealed shut naturally couldn't block Master Su's spirit treasure array, but what if he added another one? Which of the sourcebox arrays that Progenitor Hui had created was the most powerful? No one could say for sure. Some sourcebox arrays were used for combat, while others were used to assist in cultivation. There were also sourcebox arrays that protected an area. The one that Lu Yin admired the most was Limitless Power. This Limitless Power sourcebox array protected the battlefield on the other side of the Astral Tree Realm, allowing the Fifth Mainland to fight with the Eternals for so many years. If not for this sourcebox array, the Astral Tree Realm would not have been able to stop the Eternals. After Lu Yin had become invincible, he had specially gone to the battlefield on the other side of the Astral Tree Realm to research this Limitless Power sourcebox array. Although this sourcebox array was difficult to set up, and even Divine Master Gu Yen found it difficult to do so, it wasn't because the array itself was difficult. Rather, it was because this sourcebox array was too vast and involved too many things. In particular, it required strength to support it. If Divine Master Gu Yen had enough materials and time, he would have been able to set it up. Otherwise, his strength would have limited him. But now Lu Yin was able to use the soil from Progenitor Chen's world to set it up. His strength had long since surpassed Progenitor Hui's, and even if it wasn't as complicated as the Limitless Power sourcebox array, it was still enough to block the black and white swords. When the Limitless Power sourcebox array appeared, it coordinated with seemingly sealed shut. It was like an endless source of power that cancelled out the black and white gas. Master Su was shocked. "You created this spirit treasure array yourself?" Lu Yin replied, "Not me. It was created by a respectable senior from the Tianyuan universe." Master Su praised, "An endless source of power. Good. What's it called?" "Limitless power." "What an amazing limitless power. I'm impressed. This spirit treasure array is similar to my grafting flowers, but it's also fundamentally different. If you want to see grafting flowers, I'll show you." The black and white gas disappeared. With the support of the Limitless Power sourcebox array, the black and white swords were helpless. Lu Yin also displayed the strength that an Origin Array Heavenly Master should have. His expression turned solemn. Grafting flowers? He had finally seen it. On the way here, Old Tao and Palace Mistress Yao had told him that the Master Su's most powerful spirit treasure array was grafting flowers. What kind of power did this spirit treasure array have? They couldn't explain it clearly, but they could only describe it in one word: limitless power. These words made Lu Yin think of his own Azure Sky Palace. The 7th step of the Celestial Master Staircase, the Tomb of Landscape, also had a similar ability. However, while it seemed to be limitless, it was far from being truly limitless. Regardless of whether it was cultivation or lock-breaking, the further one progressed, the more energy one would consume. At a certain point, this sort of thing was like a tacit agreement. If that was really the case, then the Azure Sky Palace was not simple. This was also why Lu Yin was curious about grafting flowers. He wanted to see if this sourcebox array could truly achieve the same level as the Azure Sky Palace, where it would not consume energy and could unleash limitless attacks. On the ground, a tree bloomed, and its trunk continued to grow as it spread out into the black and white domain. Lu Yin watched the tree bloom, which was formed by the danger of the source boxes. The Su Master Sec's ability in lock-breaking could be seen vividly from this tree. This was because even with Lu Yin's experience, he couldn't see through this tree at first glance. This tree had been set up in an extremely short period of time, and it had not been set up for a long time. The Master Su's lock-breaking abilities surpassed Lu Yin's, but he was not surprised that he could sense the aura of the ancient sword from this tree. Were these two sourcebox arrays linked together? The tree branches stretched out, and the tree enveloped the entire black and white domain before finally enveloping the Spirit Treasure Association. Yuran stared in a daze. Grafting flowers. He also saw that Senior Su had used her full strength in this battle. Grafting flowers had left its mark in the history of the spiritualized universe, and it was known as the culmination of all Spirit Treasure Array techniques. Since ancient times, no one had been able to surpass it. The Master Su had almost defeated Meng Sangtian because of grafting flowers. They had only relied on this array technique. Aside from that, there were no other array techniques or battle techniques that could be used. A spirit treasure array could be set up in an instant and almost defeated Meng Sangtian. One could only imagine the shock this array brought to the spiritualized universe. There was no one in the Spirit Treasure Association who did not want to learn grafting flowers. The Master Su had once claimed that they could teach anyone, but all of the heavenly masters who had tried to learn had failed. This included Yuran himself. Within the black and white domain, Lu Yin watched the tree grow and extend its branches until black and white flowers bloomed one after another. His gaze changed from shock to shock. How could this be? Ever since he had stepped onto the path of lock-breaking, the first thing that had shocked Lu Yin was the Splitting Sky Array. The Splitting Sky Array sealed the Splitting Sky battle technique within a sourcebox array before unleashing it. Because of this, there were later microarray weapons. However, microarray weapons required materials, carvings, and so on. Grafting flowers was a type of microarray weapon, and those blooming black and white flowers were the ancient swords. He had used the flower grafting sourcebox array to graft the Eternal Sword sourcebox array onto the tree. Every flower was an eternal sword, and it was unknown just how many flowers there were on this tree. The danger of the source boxes intertwined with one another, but they were also spread out like a line. Just one ancient sword was already so powerful that Lu Yin had to rely on his unlimited power to support his seemingly sealed-off technique. Now there were so many ancient swords. He looked at the Master Su in shock. The Master Su was pleased. How is it? Do you understand now? This is my grafting flowers. Any spirit treasure array can bloom here and become my strength. Lu Yin sighed. Grafting flowers is not any type of spirit treasure array. It's more like a tray that can support all spirit treasure array techniques. Latest update. First release. Chapter 3501. Ah, that's right. This is grafting flowers onto trees. Su Sherdao laughed. Back then when I fought with Meng Sangtian, he couldn't withstand my substitution and was almost defeated. If it weren't for my secret, there would be no Meng Sangtian, only Su Sherdao. It's a pity that nothing is up to us. Even at my level I can feel the injustice. However, it doesn't matter. I don't care about Sangtian anymore. As for you, with your position, could it be that you want to fight for the position of Sangtian? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Why not? As long as Yu Sangtian does not let me spiritualize the universe's public enemy, I will have a chance. Su Sherdao sighed. You are ruthless. Don't forget that you are a fish. Old man, I am not a fish. Nothing is up to humans. That's right. I thought you were going to say that my life is up to me and not the heavens. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. The cycle of karma is predestined. Going against the heavens is just another cycle of karma. At least we can't break free from karma. Karma? This is your invisible attack, right? Su Sherdao looked deeply at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. This is also why Yu Sangtian wants to deal with me. Su Sherdao praised. How many people want to comprehend the Tao of karma? Back then, Elder Xianxia wanted to walk this path, but unfortunately he was killed by Xianxia. Anyone who walks this path will die. Xianxia is so overbearing. You are indeed a fish. Lu Yin was speechless. He looked at the tree. Su Sherdao did not attack. Since Lu Yin wanted to see grafting flowers onto trees, he would let Lu Yin see it. If grafting flowers onto Lu Yin, they did not know what would happen, but the Numinous Treasure Association would definitely cease to exist. They were not enemies, so there was no point. Lu Yin stood under the tree and watched. 10 days passed just like that. For 10 days he didn't move at all. He looked at the tree, looked at every branch, looked at every flower. Finally he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Su Sherdao looked at Lu Yin with deep admiration in his eyes, but there was also pity. From the standpoint of the three universes, he should be enemies with this person. However, the Tianyuan universe was destined to be reactivated. If this person did not die, he would have to join the spiritualized universe if he wanted to live. From the looks of things, they did not need to be enemies. Unfortunately, this person couldn't escape from Yu Sang Tian's evil hands. What a pity. The tree slowly disappeared. Heavenly Master Yuran was at a loss. It had been 10 days, but he still hadn't made a move. What was going on inside? Everyone in Numinous Treasure Society was waiting. Another half a month passed, and one day Lu Yin opened his eyes. 999 flowers. Su Sherdao's eyes widened. What did you say? Lu Yin looked at him and smiled. 999. Su Sherdao and Lu Yin looked at each other. They were obviously shocked. It hasn't even been a month and you can tell? Lu Yin smiled. It's a rather complicated sourcebox array. If I'm not wrong, you cheated again. There's no such thing as cheating in the adult world. If you can tell, it's cheating. If you can't tell, then it's not cheating. I'm starting to admire you more and more. No one has ever seen through you before. Impressive, impressive. You truly are the #1 heavenly master of numinous treasure. Lu Yin stood up. The limit is 999 flowers. What's the most you've bloomed in one go? Just now. I've bloomed 270 flowers. You can't do more than that? It's more difficult. Do you think it's easy? When I fought Meng Sang Tian, I only bloomed 190 flowers. That means that Meng Sang Tian received 190 ancient sword strikes and was lucky not to die. That's why I said that there was a secret. He cheated to win. But you cheated from the start. At this point, Lu Yin glanced at Su Sherdao. I get it. You cheated too, so you're not unhappy about the secret. It doesn't matter, right? You're the fish, the salted fish. Su Sherdao rolled his eyes. Young man, don't be so harsh with your words. If Yu Sang Tian can't tell that I cheated, then it's not cheating. Lu Yin chuckled. The reason why he had been able to set up the grafting flower sourcebox array so quickly was because Su Sherdao had been setting it up for a long time, and he had only been able to lure it out when he had made his move. If Lu Yin had been asked to set up the grafting flowers array from scratch, he would not have had the time to do so, and Meng Sang Tian would not have given him the time to do so. In that battle, Meng Sang Tian had spent an unknown amount of time setting up the 190 flowers, which was considered cheating. But just as he had said, if no one could tell, then it was not cheating. Over the past month of observation, Lu Yin had seen through the grafting flowers array, and he knew that the tree's limit was 999 black and white flowers. That was already an exaggeration, but it was not enough. Because it was limited to that tree, there was a limit. Lu Yin had spent the last half a month thinking of a way to break through that limit. There were two major problems with the grafting flowers array. The first was to graft the sourcebox array onto the grafting flowers array, and the second was to break through the limit. Lu Yin could not solve the first problem. Although he had seen through it, he could not do it. Thus, he connected the two problems together and finally decided to give up on the grafting flowers array. Instead, he had been inspired by this sourcebox array and used the Jade Sky Palace as the grafting flowers array. He was about to try it out. But before that, he still wanted to ask, how did the ancient sword get grafted onto the grafting flowers array? You don't have to tell me if it's inconvenient. Su Sherdao chuckled. You can just use horizontal shift. Horizontal shift. Lu Yin was puzzled. He had simulated it countless times in his mind, but it still did not work. Su Sherdao was pleased. My spiritual innate gift is horizontal shift. Lu Yin stared at him in a daze and did not recover for a long time. So, the success of this sourcebox array depends on your spiritual innate gift? That's right. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Since ancient times, you're probably the only one who can use it. No one else can learn it. Su Sherdao sighed. Yes, that's what I'm worried about as well. The outside world says that those who cannot learn it are innate gifts, but I can't bear to discourage them. I also hope that this array can be left behind for future generations, but it's a pity. Lu Yin looked outside the black and white region. I want to learn some killing sourcebox arrays. I can exchange them with sourcebox arrays from the Tianyuan universe. Su Sherdao waved his hand. There's no need to exchange. You can learn whatever you want. With your ability, even if you don't learn them, you can create your own. It will only take you a bit of time. Alright, I want to learn the ancient sword, Lu Yin said directly. Su Sherdao was amused. You're really not polite. Lu Yin temporarily stayed at the Spirit Treasure Association. In the plaza, Old Tao and the rest were told to stay at the Spirit Treasure Association. They were not worried that something would happen to Lu Yin. Even if something happened to Lu Yin, it would not happen quietly. At the very least, the Spirit Treasure Realm would cease to exist. Everyone in the Spirit Treasure Association wanted to know how Lu Yin and the Su Sherdao were doing. But why had they suddenly decided to stay? There were many guesses in the outside world. Many great powers wanted to spy on the black and white region, but they were all stopped by Yuran. She did not even know what Lu Yin and the Su Sherdao were doing. Just as the Su Sherdao had said, once one reached Lu Yin's level, they would be able to create their own sourcebox array. Learning other sourcebox array would be even easier. Not only did he learn Sword Dao's Unending River and the ancient sword from the Su Sherdao, but he also learned the Shifting Maples Maple Grove, Xianxia's Landscape Tomb, Yuran and the other Heavenly Master's sourcebox array. Similarly, he had also taught the Su Sherdao mini sourcebox array techniques from the Tianyuan universe. Among them, the one that interested the Su Sherdao the most was the 6 ancient spirit array in its hidden corners. The Su Sherdao praised, "Who created this 6 ancient spirit array? What a genius! This can solve the problem of the scattered treasures in the spirit treasure realm. We can gather all the treasures in the ancient spirit sea just like the Lockbreaker Society." Lu Yin did not understand. Why do we need to gather them? Isn't it good to scatter them in the spirit treasure realm? We can just treat the spirit treasure realm as the ancient spirit sea. The Su Sherdao said, some of them can be scattered, but it's better to gather the treasures that have too little danger. Otherwise, outsiders will use their strength to dig them out and sell them to the Spirit Treasure Association at a high price. So that's why. Lu Yin understood. The 6 ancient spirit array could indeed help the spirit treasure realm. What made the Su Sherdao the happiest was the hidden corner. Aha, interesting, very interesting. Possible, I really want to meet that heavenly master Guyan. He actually created a spirit treasure array that is specially made for spiritual chess. He's a genius. Lu Yin laughed. Yes, once the hidden corner is revealed, spiritual chess is always successful. The Su Sherdao could not wait to find some heavenly masters to practice with, so they left the black and white domain. Only Lu Yin stayed behind. Latest update on this site. He wanted to use this opportunity to test out his idea. He would use the landscape tomb as an experiment. His idea was to get rid of the grafting technique and seal the sourcebox array within the Azure Sky Palace. The Azure Sky Palace would not consume energy, so it would not affect the sourcebox array no matter how long it was sealed. Once he thought of this method, he felt that it was simple. It was a pity that he had not thought of it before, but before he had the inspiration, it was indeed difficult to think of. He did not know if it would work, but he was just trying. The pole glided towards the sky. Below the ground, countless eyes from the Spirit Treasure Association were watching. Heavenly Master Yuran looked at the sky. He had finally left, and her gaze was complicated. This person is quite a character. It's a pity, the Su Sherdao said. Heavenly Master Yuran looked at Su Sherdao and said, Senior, are you referring to the third manager? Su Sherdao's gaze was complicated. There is such a character in the Tianyuan universe. If he is given enough time, he will be able to defend himself. However, he is too young. Even if his strength is close to invincible, he is still not invincible. Yusang Tian is not someone he can deal with now. His future is 70% determined. What about the other 30%? Heavenly Master Yuran was curious. Su Sherdao's gaze was deep. Fate and opportunity are all within these 30%. What should the Spirit Treasure Association do? Su Sherdao laughed. Do what you need to do. Let's take it one step at a time. To be honest, I used to hate Yu Sangtian and wanted him to disappear. However, if Yu Sangtian really disappears and the Tianyuan universe gives birth to this third manager, then it will be the misfortune of the spiritualized universe. I have mixed feelings. Heavenly Master Yu Ran was shocked. Aside from Yu Sangtian, no one else in the spiritualized universe can stop this third manager? Chapter 3502. Su Sherdao thought about it and said, the difficulty lies in his versatility. He doesn't have any obvious weaknesses. His physical body, consciousness, essence, qi and spirit and even the Tao of spiritual treasures etc. No one can find his weakness. Even if there is an old monster who can defeat him in terms of combat power, it won't be easy to completely suppress him. I wonder if such an old monster is still alive. Yu Ran did not expect Su Sherdao to give such a high evaluation of the third head. This meant that he was not the third head's match. He was at Sangtian's level. Sangtian represented the highest combat power in the spiritualized universe. Were there really any old monsters who could surpass Sangtian still alive? Su Sherdao's seniority was high enough. If they were still alive, it would be unimaginable. There would be a gap in history. Yu Ran sighed as he understood Su Sherdao's feelings. Even if they hated Yu Sangtian, who in the spiritualized universe could stop the third head without Yu Sangtian? Head Su Sherdao is not your match, right? Old Tao smiled and asked cheerfully. Lu Yin crossed his legs. That old man is all right. He just likes to scold people. Scold people? Old Tao was stunned and then became angry. He dares to scold you? Why don't you ask me to go? I will scold him to death. Forget it. His scolding is not bad. It doesn't matter, Lu Yin said. Old Tao flattered a few more times, which made Palace Mistress Yao and the others shudder. Hey head, someone is chasing us, Old Tao said. Behind them, a group of people hurriedly chased after them. It was the group that had blocked them from coming to the spirit treasure region. Lu Yin stopped and sized them up. Why? You didn't let us come and now you don't want to leave? Jihua stepped forward and bowed to Lu Yin. I apologize for my previous rudeness. The others bowed as well. Apologize to third head. Lu Yin did not mind. Alright, stop wasting my time. Let's go. Jihua looked up and blinked. Will third head still come? Spirit treasure region? Yes. I don't think so. Jihua was disappointed. Before we leave, I have a gift for you. Lu Yin pointed, and the void rippled as it landed in Jihua's hand. The others looked over curiously, but it was a phantom. They could not understand it and Jihua could not as well. The gliding pole swept past the front and gradually disappeared into the distance. Jishan suddenly tore through the void and roared angrily, Girl, you're too daring. You're going to stop the third master again? Jihua blinked. Jishan was speechless. What are you reluctant to part with? Jihua opened her arms. Grandpa, what is this? This third head. Jishan looked at the virtual image in Jihua's palm and his body trembled. This is. No, not the original mountain river tomb. Of the Lu Yin T's Lu. Of Lu. Of T. This trip to the Spiritual Treasure Association had changed his sky palace, and it was enough to give the spiritualized universe a huge surprise. Boss, where are we going next? Old Tao asked. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Spatial Abyss. Old Tao was puzzled. Spatial Abyss? I think I've heard of it before. Palace Mistress Yao said, the abyss next to the Intelliski domain. Oh right, I remember. Spatial Abyss is connected to the Intelliski domain and it's bottomless. Old Tao was shocked and confused. Boss, are you going to the Intelliski domain? He was a little nervous as the Intelliski domain was not simple. Although it was not explicitly stated that there were experts at the Sangtian level, the entire spiritualized universe's resources were distributed to the Intelliski domain. The Intelliski domain's history was longer than the Yu Sangtian and the 7 great Sangtians, and it was second only to the Supreme Pole. If they touched the Intelliski domain, then they would be in deep trouble, as it would be tantamount to breaking through the spiritualized universe's sky. Lu Yin lay down on the pole and looked up at the sky. Bao Qi is in Spatial Abyss. Old Tao, Palace Mistress Yao and the others were shocked. Bao Qi is in the Intelliski domain? The star toad turned to look at Lu Yin. Sangtian? Old Tao was confused. Sangtian? Why would he be in spatial abyss? And it's so close to the Intelliski domain. Lu Yin smiled. That's the Xianxia. He told Bao Qi to keep an eye on the Intelliski domain. Boss, the location of spatial abyss comes from the celestial master staircase, which is Heaven's Hand. Even if Heaven's Hand doesn't give us false information, even if it's true, we might still be surrounded if we can find Bao Qi. Old Tao was worried. Lu Yin had naturally thought of this. Heaven's Hand had wanted to use the Plain Sect to deal with him, but that had been wishful thinking. If the Plain Sect could not deal with him, then spatial abyss might very well be the place where they would be surrounded. This encirclement would be different from the one at circling Sun City. There would definitely be more than one powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity. It was unknown how the 7 great powers would work together and whether or not any powerhouses from the realm beyond heaven would appear. He also did not know if Xianxia would give him any more time. However, this trip to spatial abyss was a must. He had originally wanted to cause trouble for Heaven's Hand, but Heaven's Hand did not have a fixed location, and Old Tao could not find him either. Thus he could only deal with Bao Qi first. In any case, his original goal of cooperating with Heaven's Hand had been Bao Qi. Now the only question was whether Bao Qi would run away. After so long, the Dayu Villa had provoked the realm beyond heaven. Given Bao Qi's personality, he should have taken action long ago, but he had not. There was only one explanation for this. He had been suppressed by Xianxia and was not allowed to take action. Xianxia's goal was to prevent Lu Yin from completing his karma. Since that was the case, Lu Yin's trip to spatial abyss might seem like a trip to the Zhikong domain to outsiders, but it would not be hidden from Xianxia. It was very likely that Xianxia had allowed Bao Qi to leave, leaving Lu Yin empty-handed and even leaving behind an encirclement. Not only would Lu Yin not be able to find Bao Qi, but he would also have to face a life-and-death crisis. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment and then said in a low voice, "Old Tao." Old Tao was attentive. "This lowly one is here. Spread the word that I'm going to spatial abyss to find Bao Qi. There are no experts in the world and this grandfather is coming." Old Tao was shocked and his face paled. Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Kiching stared at Lu Yin in shock. Directly challenging Xianxia? Grandfather. Although Lu Yin had defeated Wills and walked out of the spiritual treasure gathering safely and was considered to be on Xianxia's level, they still could not accept his arrogant challenge. They were born in the spiritualized universe and the 2 words Xianxia were like the heavens pressing down on them. However, they were only stunned for a moment as they recalled Lu Yin's actions. If Xianxia dared to challenge him, there was nothing Xianxia would not dare to do. However, wasn't the 2 words grandfather a little too arrogant? Old Tao was put in a difficult position. "Boss, isn't it inappropriate to say that?" "Speak." Old Tao was helpless as he coughed twice and looked around. He shouted, "The 3rd manager of the Dayu Mountain Manor will head to spatial abyss immediately to challenge Xianxia and Bao Qi. Bao Qi, don't run if you have the guts. Your 3rd manager's grandfather is here." His loud voice reverberated throughout the cosmos. The cultivators who were staring at Lu Yin's group were stunned. Challenging Bao Qi to Xianxia and calling himself grandfather? This 3rd manager was truly heaven-defying. This was the real Xianxia. Be it Reverend Qi, Master Su or Dancing Butterfly in the world, they were all considered to be on Xianxia's level, but they had not truly become Xianxia. Bao Qi, on the other hand, was the real Xianxia. Although he was only at the Spirit Prime realm, combined with the Cauldron Bell Sequence's foundation, he had transcendent and invincible strength. This 3rd manager had actually challenged Xianxia directly and even called himself grandfather. Although Lu Yin's various actions and the spiritualized universe had some understanding of his actions, this move still shocked many people and made many people curse. Insulting Xianxia was insulting the spiritualized universe. At the same time, Old Tao was also cursed. Old Tao wanted to cry but had no tears. Arrogant. Bao Qi, Xianxia and the Cauldron Bell are invincible in the starry sky. That is the real Xianxia who can suppress the current era. This 3rd manager not only challenged him but also called himself grandfather. He is too arrogant. He has not been arrogant for a day or two. Bao Qi, Xianxia will let him see the difference between Xianxia and not Xianxia. I was fortunate enough to see Bao Qi, Xianxia in action. Under the Cauldron Bell, it is very difficult to approach him. He once suppressed 3 spirit primes with his own strength. That is Sang Tian. This third manager will definitely lose miserably. I am curious as to why Bao Qi Sang Tian is in Spatial Abyss. Is Bao Qi Sang Tian really in Spatial Abyss? Could it be that this third manager is spouting nonsense? He just randomly found a place. Anyway, Bao Qi Sang Tian is not there and then spread the word that Bao Qi Sang Tian does not dare to fight him. It's possible. It's possible. I think it's true. Spatial Abyss is connected to the Intellicong domain. This Intellicong domain, the Intellicong domain is a taboo. Don't talk about it. I can't talk about it. Countless discussions took place in every corner of the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin's sudden challenge attracted everyone's attention to the Intellicong domain and Spatial Abyss. Lu Yin stopped in a city in outer space. He had gone into seclusion. He needed to make some preparations. He raised his hand and his die appeared. He tapped it. It had been a long time since he had rolled the die and it was time to roll enhance. He needed time. Spatial Abyss was a special place that was adjacent to the Intellicong domain. Its uniqueness was also due to the Intellicong domain. It was a bottomless starry abyss, and it could be considered a type of celestial phenomenon. No one knew where the end of Spatial Abyss led. Over countless years many people had explored it, but those who returned could not see the end. Those who saw the end could not return. No one knew that Bao Qi, one of the 7 Sang Tians, was actually in Spatial Abyss. When news of Bao Qi being in Spatial Abyss spread, the outside world not only discussed Lu Yin's challenge to Bao Qi, but they also discussed why Bao Qi was in Spatial Abyss and what exactly was at the bottom of Spatial Abyss. There were also some who stared at Spatial Abyss for no other reason than the fact that these people had seniors or juniors who had died in Spatial Abyss. They wanted to know if those deaths had anything to do with Bao Qi. Although Sang Tian was supreme, he could not change people's hearts. Hatred would continue, and if the deaths of their relatives and friends were really related to Bao Qi, then while this generation might not be able to take revenge, the next generation and the generation after that might not be able to. Sang Tian did not only come from those powerful organizations. He did not have any powerful organizations backing him. Many cultivators headed towards Spatial Abyss. At this moment Lu Yin had stopped in a city in outer space. No one knew if he was in seclusion or something else, but everyone was waiting for any signs of movement from Spatial Abyss. On this day an old man walked through Spatial Abyss and appeared in the eyes of many cultivators. Is that the master of the Intellicong domain, Elder Yu? Someone was shocked. The others retreated and bowed respectfully to Elder Yu. Chapter 3503. Those who didn't know Zhikong domain only thought it was one of the 36 domains, but those who knew Zhikong domain knew how high this old man's position was. It could be said that this old man was one of the few who didn't need to salute Yu Sang Tian. He could talk to the 7 big Sang Tian as equals. And Zhikong domain represented a long history. The old man walked to the edge of the abyss and looked down. Is Bao Qi Sang Tian under this abyss? Why didn't I know? All the practitioners looked at this scene. What was the meaning of this? The foolish old man explained himself. At the bottom of the abyss, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. The eyes were deep and the corners of his mouth were torn. Beside him the cauldron bell was floating. It was Bao Qi. Old man, stop pretending. All the practitioners were shocked. This voice. Bao Qi Sang Tian? Bao Qi Sang Tian was really under the abyss. The foolish old man was surprised. Isn't this Bao Qi Sang Tian's voice? Are you really under the abyss? Bao Qi raised his eyes. It's not difficult to force me to show myself. A mere third master of Du Manor can't scare me. I'm waiting for him in the abyss. The foolish old man laughed. Bao Qi Sang Tian misunderstood. I didn't mean to force you to show yourself. Speaking of which, why is Sang Tian in my Zhikong domain? Bao Qi narrowed his eyes and didn't speak anymore. The foolish old man smiled. Is this the abyss where Bao Qi Sang Tian cultivates? Then I'm sorry to disturb you. About the third master of Du Manor challenging Sang Tian, I advise you to be careful. That third master is not weak. Bao Qi's eyes turned cold. I'm waiting for him here. Old man, don't provoke me. Sang Tian misunderstood. Since that's the case, I'll leave. Bao Qi Sang Tian, take care. After speaking, the foolish old man walked toward Zhikong domain. His arrival caused many cultivators to be confused. Did the foolish old man know that Bao Qi Sang Tian was in the abyss? Logically speaking, he should have known, but what was going on just now? At his level, he disdained to lie. He was really forcing Bao Qi Xianxia to show himself. But what did this have to do with Zhikong domain? Many people thought that Yu Xianxia didn't allow Zhikong domain to compete for Xianxia's position. They also thought that Bao Qi Xianxia was staying in the abyss. Under the space abyss, Bao Qi withdrew his gaze and looked at the cauldron bell. This old fellow was forcing him. How could he not know that he was in space abyss? They had a tacit understanding. Lord Yu Xianxia was wary of the Zhikong region, which was why he had placed him in the spatial abyss. That was the price he had to pay to become Xianxia, and the Zhikong region knew that very well. At this moment this old man had appeared. Was he that confident in the third master? It wasn't just this old man. Lord Yu Xianxia was also apprehensive of the third head. He didn't want him to make a move because he didn't have confidence in him. Bao Qi thought back to Lu Yin's battles and he knew that this was an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. But why was this person targeting him? He looked at the cauldron bell in a daze. If he really couldn't do it, then he would just enter the bitter adversity. No one knew what the future would be like. Xianxia should have been able to cross the tribulation. He was one of the 7 great mulberry heavens of the spiritualized universe. He controlled the cauldron bell of the 10 foundations and was invincible in the universe. It was impossible for him to be afraid of the third head. He had been waiting for him for a long time. If Yu Xianxia hadn't suppressed him, no one would have been able to suppress him. The conversation between Jianyuan and Jianyuan quickly spread throughout the spiritualized universe. Bao Qi Xianxia was in space abyss, and he had even said that he was waiting for the third master. The moment these words were spoken, the entire spiritualized universe went into an uproar. Countless cultivators headed towards the Zhikong region to watch this battle. This battle would be different from the previous ones. Not only would it represent a true Xianxia expert, but it also meant that if Bao Qi lost he would lose his position as Xianxia. Xianxia was not allowed to lose. This was a rule that had been established by Beyond Heaven and even the spiritualized universe. If Bao Qi lost he would lose his position as Xianxia, and then the most intense battle for the position would begin. The day of the tribute spirit was approaching, and after the battle for Xianxia's position, the tribute spirit would be next. This was an unprecedented opportunity. Since ancient times such a thing had never happened before. The various great powers were envious, especially those that did not have Xianxia in their ranks. For example, Heaven's Hand and Imperial God Mountain hoped that Bao Qi would lose. Only then would they have a chance. As for the third master's defeat, that was no longer attractive to them. Because of the uniqueness of Xianxia's position, the spiritualized universe's hopes for the outcome of this battle were split into 2 extremes. Some hoped that Bao Qi would lose while others hoped that Lu Yin would lose. At this moment, Lu Yin had gained a lot of support due to his special circumstances. Of course this support could not be shown. However, the result was that even if someone tried to stop him from going to the Wisdom Sky domain, they would be secretly blocked by someone else. This allowed Lu Yin to safely head to the spatial abyss to fight Bao Qi. In Beyond Heaven, Yu Xianxia's face was gloomy. Bao Qi's acceptance of the battle had disrupted his plans. That bastard had already warned him not to clash with the Dayu Villa. No one knew if Bao Qi would be able to defeat Lu Yin and everyone was speculating. How could Yu Xianxia not know? Even if Bao Qi had stepped into bitter disaster he would still not be Master Lu's opponent. Lu Yin was the master of the Tianyuan universe and had comprehended the way of karma. He was a powerhouse who was qualified to fight against Yu Xianxia. But Yu Xianxia had never fought with his full strength. If Lu Yin's true power was exposed, it would be enough to shock the entire spiritualized universe. Bao Qi, that bastard. However, this matter was also related to that old man from the Wisdom Sky domain. If that old man had not stepped forward, Bao Qi might not have accepted the challenge. Yu Xianxia looked in the direction of the Wisdom Sky domain with a deep gaze. No one knew what he was thinking. Lu Yin stayed in a heavenly city for more than a month before leaving. No one knew what Lu Yin had done during this time. Was he in seclusion? Or was he recuperating? In many people's opinion, it was more likely that he was recuperating. After all, his opponent was the master of the Su sect, which was not easy to deal with. He glided his pole towards the Wisdom Sky domain. Lu Yin glanced around and commented, "There's much less noise." Old Tao respectfully replied, "Sir, Bao Qi has received a reply. He will wait for your battle in spatial abyss." Lu Yin smiled. He didn't run away. That's great. Because you want to fight Bao Qi, many people are supporting you, Old Tao said. Lu Yin immediately understood. They want Sang Tian's position to be vacant? Is there any news from beyond heaven? Not at the moment. Where's Xianxia? Tell him to come see me. Old Tao was speechless. Xianxia is still in the open realm. Lu Yin was stunned. In the open realm? And he's surrounded? Old Tao sighed. This person is rare. He's quite a character. He's just a troublemaker, Palace Mistress Yao said. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. What did the universe have to do with Xianxia? If he hadn't gone to the open realm, he wouldn't have thought about such things in his life. Yet he had gotten into a conflict with the open realm because of this. How long had it been? He was still in the open realm. Not long after, Lu Yin contacted the Zhang family and asked them to find out who supported him the most. The more people supported him, the more difficult it would be to fight for Sang Tian's position after Bao Qi lost. For example, Tian's hand would definitely be difficult to deal with. They were all eager to fight for Sang Tian's position. Lu Yin dared to guarantee that if he was seriously injured, Tian's hand would protect him until his battle with Bao Qi ended. The battle with Bao Qi was over. There was much less noise, and they glided towards the Wisdom Sky domain without encountering any obstacles. Lu Yin took out a death bug out of boredom. Old Tao looked at it and was shocked. Is this a death bug? Oh? Do you recognize it? Sir, this bug is born from Powerhouse's corpses. I've seen it before. Lu Yin put away the death bug and looked at Old Tao's back. This guy knew a lot. There was almost nothing that he didn't know along the way. Time passed and they got closer and closer to the Wisdom Sky domain. In the distance, a giant warship passed by, crossing the direction that Lu Yin and the others were heading in. Coincidentally, the warship and the glider were on the same line. At this speed, if both parties did not slow down, they would likely collide. Lu Yin would not slow down, so Old Tao did not ask. As for the warship, it did not slow down either. Both parties quickly saw each other. On the warship, many gazes looked diagonally across. That guy is arrogant. He's not slowing down and wants to collide with us? Humph, what an ignorant fool. Unless he has Sang Tian behind him, he deserves to die. Interesting. Can't you recognize that this is the warship that went to the universe of consciousness? Crash over. I want to see if that guy really won't slow down. How arrogant. A man covered in light was dissatisfied. Ranwen, yes, that's a glider. But why do I feel like one of the two maids looks familiar? Is it Palace Mistress Yao? Shut up. Palace Mistress Yao is a maid? Are you stupid? Look for yourself. That appearance is unique. No way, is it really Palace Mistress Yao? What? Palace Mistress Yao? That's Kai Keqing. I've seen her before. The leader is Senior Old Tao? He's one of the Vice City Lords of Torch City. We met him when we left for the universe of consciousness. Everyone on the battleship was stupefied as they stared at the gliding pole that was approaching them. A middle-aged man came to the deck to take a look. What's with the commotion? We've all returned to the spiritualized universe. Bring out some of the killing intent from the battlefield. No, Senior, that's Palace Mistress Yao. She's a maid. Nonsense. The middle-aged man looked over and was stunned. Palace Mistress Yao? Many people who were in seclusion on the warship were alarmed. They walked out and looked at the approaching glider in shock. At this moment, someone boarded the warship. It was Bo Fan Region's Sikong of the Bitter Sect. He warned, "Move aside. Don't collide." A gloomy elder walked out from the warship. Sikong of the Bitter Sect, are you telling us to move aside? Who is this person? Is he backed by Sang Tian? Another person boarded the warship. It was Cloud Crane Region's Shuha. He bowed to the elder. Senior, please move aside. This matter is complicated. Thousand Orchid White Region's Elder 1 boarded. Old man, what are you doing? Move aside. Haven't you heard about the legend of Daoist Mountain Villa and the Third Master? One by one, the spiritualized universe great beings boarded the warship, including people from the 7 major powers. This made the people on the warship dumbfounded. They had indeed not heard of the legend of Daoist Mountain Villa. The warship that traveled to the universe of consciousness was a very special existence. When returning from the universe of consciousness to the spiritualized universe, they were not allowed to communicate with anyone. Especially when returning to the spiritualized universe, the first place they had to go was sky beyond sky. This was to prevent information about the battlefield in the universe of consciousness from leaking out. It was also to distribute the captured life forms from the universe of consciousness and those that had surrendered. This was the rule. Chapter 3504. Rules were rules, but most of the time, it was impossible not to communicate with the outside world. The elder had gone on an expedition to the consciousness universe before, and there had been quite a bit of information exchange after his return. He couldn't understand why the people on the battleship were following the rules this time. The people on the battleship truly didn't know about the Dayu Villa incident. They had headed straight for Beyond Heaven after returning, and no one had expected to encounter Lu Yin here. Even the people behind them hadn't expected this. No one had guessed Lu Yin's itinerary, so they naturally hadn't expected this. Since the battleship had gone to Beyond Heaven, it was only natural that someone would report what had happened during this time. No one had expected the battleship to encounter Lu Yin's group ahead of time. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. The various powers warned the people watching Lu Yin, and the battleship made way for him. This was perhaps the first time in history that a battleship had made way for someone else. Everyone stood on the battleship, and the atmosphere was strangely quiet as they stared at the gliding pole. Lu Yin saw the youth's unwillingness and the older generation's apprehension. Lu Yin's expression was calm and natural. In the eyes of the people on the battleship, this expression was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. This person deserves to die. The glowing youth clenched his fists. Everyone stared at the gliding pole with murderous eyes, but no one dared to act rashly. No matter how arrogant they were, they had to back down in the face of Lu Yin's accomplishments. He was on the same level as Sang Tian and they were going to fight him. The older generation's powerhouses looked at Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Keqing, similarly unwilling. In a corner of the battleship, a girl watched the gliding pole pass by, her eyes bright as she stared at Lu Yin. "Sis, this guy is ruthless and he looks young. He meets your standards," the young man beside her whispered. She didn't reply and just stared at Lu Yin. Was he invincible and domineering? Suddenly, the gliding pole stopped and Lu Yin turned to look at the girl. He raised a hand and pointed at her. "You come here." She was stunned. "Me?" The young man beside her was shocked. Was this person looking at them? Everyone on the battleship looked at the girl in the corner, not understanding why Lu Yin was staring at her. She looked ordinary and didn't attract much attention on the battleship. On the gliding pole, Lu Yin looked at her and his lips curled up. "Come here." The young man beside the woman immediately stood in front of her and glared at Lu Yin. "What are you trying to do?" Lu Yin ignored the man and looked at the woman instead. "Not a bad disguise. Looks like an expert helped you. I'm curious what you look like." After saying those words, Zhou Xian waved his hand casually, and before anyone could react, a powerful gust of wind blew past the battleship, right in front of the young lady. With a hoo sound, her hair flew about. The woman took several steps back, grabbing onto the wooden railing. She raised her head in shock, and then a world-shocking appearance appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, the starry sky lit up. That type of beauty was indescribable. It was as if a beam of light descended from the starry sky, illuminating this woman and dimming those around her. Lu Yin was stunned, but it only lasted for a moment. Although this woman was beautiful, she was only on par with Palace Mistress Yao, and she was about the same as Ming Yan and Bai Shui. It was just that in this situation in the dark starry sky, her beauty was magnified infinitely, to the point that even Lu Yin was stunned. "Qing Yun!" Someone exclaimed. Everyone on the battleship was stunned. Even the experts of the older generation were stunned. No one would have thought that this woman would follow them to battle in the consciousness universe. After a considerable amount of time. On the pole, Lu Yin was astonished. "Qing Yun." Old Tao was shocked. "Qing Yun, one of the Grand Masters? He's actually here." Lu Yin raised his brows. "Oh, the Grand Masters?" He looked at Palace Mistress Yao. "This woman is one of the Grand Masters who are on par with you?" Palace Mistress Yao replied, "That's the name of a busybody. In the spiritualized universe, there are many who are on par with us in terms of appearance." "Then why are you called the Grand Masters?" Lu Yin was curious as Qing Yun's strength was not high. Palace Mistress Yao frowned. An old woman's bad taste. Lu Yin did not care about the title, but this Qing Yun could be used in the same way as Palace Mistress Yao. On the battleship, Qing Yun was panting heavily, and her delicate face was covered in fine beads of sweat. For a moment she thought that she had died. She had never experienced such a feeling, not even when she was fighting in the consciousness universe. Her disguise had come from Xianxia, and she had thought that it would be foolproof. She had not expected to be seen through, and her disguise could be removed with a wave of his hand. This person was worthy of Xianxia's strength, and he was indeed qualified to fight Bao Qi and Xianxia. She was still shaken and she looked at Lu Yin. In front of her, a young man was worried. "Sister, are you all right?" Qing Yun shook her head. "Little brother, don't be rude." "Sister, he actually attacked you," the young man said angrily. His name was Qing Xiao and he was Qing Yun's younger brother. Around them someone stepped forward. "Miss Qing Yun, are you all right?" "Miss Qing Yun." The arrogant man shrouded in light pushed the others aside and looked at Qing Yun with concern. "Are you all right?" "I'll say it again. Come here." Lu Yin's voice rang out. Everyone looked over. Qing Yun frowned. "The third master of Daoist Villa?" Lu Yin sat on the pole and smiled. "That's right. Why are you looking for me?" Qing Yun asked. Lu Yin reached out and casually placed his hand on Palace Mistress Yao's head. This scene shocked everyone on the battleship. Palace Mistress Yao subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but she did not dare to. She recalled the karma of General Platform Hell, and she did not want to experience that pain again. Furthermore, she had been abandoned by Yu Xianxia, and her only way out was to follow Lu Yin. Just like her, be a maid. Qing Yun was stunned. "A maid?" Qing Xiao opened his mouth and raged, "You're courting death." Around them, the cultivators who had been suppressing their anger cursed and wanted nothing more than to kill Lu Yin. The man shrouded in light stood in front of Qing Yun. "Third master of Daoist Villa, I don't care about you." Before he could finish speaking, the void in front of him cracked, and an elder dragged him away, saving him from death. The elder looked at Lu Yin fearfully. "Sir, you're too heavy-handed." Lu Yin sneered. "I'm looking for my maid. If you don't want to die, go away." The eyes of the man shrouded in light flickered. In that moment he had truly experienced the feeling of death. When he had gone to the consciousness universe to fight, he had actually had a protector. He was from the Grand Viz Chamber of Commerce, and his family had a high status there. He had Yi Sang-tian behind him, so it was just a process. Only now did he truly experience death. The light on his body also dissipated. This light had come from a supreme treasure, and it had instantly shattered. When he looked at Lu Yin again, his eyes were filled with fear. This person truly did not care about his status. The elder's expression sank. "Third master, do you know the origin of this battleship? What does it have to do with me? If you have the ability, let me take you. Sang-tian is looking for me." Lu Yin did not care. He raised a hand to grab Qing Yun and his palm turned white. Great Liao Sacred Hand. He had easily learned this from watching Sage Great Liao attack, and this Great Liao Sacred Hand emphasized strength. As for the battleship, the spiritualized universe had invaded the consciousness universe, and Lu Yin was from the Tianyuan universe. It had nothing to do with him. The elder blurted out, "Great Liao Sacred Hand? What's your relationship with Sage Great Liao?" The sequence particles swept through the sky and headed for Great Liao Sacred Hand. The 38th sequence technique, Annihilation. Lu Yin's expression changed. It was annihilation again, the sequence technique of dancing butterflies. Annihilation alone was not powerful enough. Only when dancing butterflies worked together could annihilation reach a level where it could threaten Lu Yin. Great Liao Sacred Hand suddenly pressed down, scattering the sequence particles and grabbing at Qing Yun. The elder wanted to block it, but he could not. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. How could Great Liao Sacred Hand easily destroy his sequence technique? Sage Great Liao could not do so either. Two more people attacked from the battleship. They were both sequence law powerhouses. Two sequence techniques blocked Great Liao Sacred Hand. Battle techniques and cultivation techniques were useless. They wanted to use their sequence techniques to suppress Lu Yin. Lu Yin sneered. His jade-white Great Liao Sacred Hand turned a dark purple as his Palm Realm battle force pressed down. Boom. There was a loud explosion and the battleship shook. Many cultivators lost their balance and many were almost thrown off. The two sequence powerhouses spat out blood as they were sent flying. They could not block it. They could not block it at all. It was just one Great Liao Sacred Hand. The most powerful people on the battleship were the three sequence powerhouses. The rest were not even at the sequence level, so they could not shake Lu Yin. Lu Yin's black Great Liao sacred hand slowly descended, neither hurried nor slow. Qin Yun watched the black Great Liao sacred hand descend, but she did not panic. A maid? In her mind, this kind of domineering person should be the other half of her life. She had not expected that such a person would only want to treat her as a maid. Team up, attack with your consciousness. The elder roared, his face red. The first elder, Ku Men Sikong, and the others hurriedly reminded them, but they could no longer hear them. One by one, the cultivators formed a spirit treasure array with the 3 sequence powerhouses at the center. They released their consciousnesses to attack Lu Yin. The consciousnesses distorted the heavens, bringing with them a heavy pressure. Old Tao and the others mocked them. How dare they use their consciousnesses against their masters? Who gave them the guts? 3 consciousnesses attacked Lu Yin, and the people on the battleship stared at the scene. The third master was out of luck, as their consciousnesses had fought in the consciousness universe before. But in the next moment nothing happened. The 3 consciousnesses swept past like a gentle breeze, and they did not affect Lu Yin at all. Lu Yin's Great Liao sacred hand descended, grabbed Qin Yun and brought her out of the battleship. No one could stop him, and Lu Yin's tyranny was vividly displayed at this moment. At the bottom of the battleship were the captured beings from the consciousness universe, as well as those who had surrendered. They were all watching this scene as well. This human had actually ignored their consciousnesses, which meant that his consciousness was extremely powerful. The first elder, Ku Men Sikong, and the others were speechless. In the past, they would have thought that this third master was a being from the consciousness universe, which was why his consciousness was so powerful. But now they did not think so. This person was from the Tianyuan universe. How could a cultivator from the Tianyuan universe reach such heights? It was too inconceivable. On the battleship, the 3 sequence powerhouses were stunned, but they did not give up. All the consciousnesses who have surrendered attack. Chapter 3505. They had released the surrendered life forms from the universe of consciousness, and they wanted to combine all of their consciousnesses to attack Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he had almost forgotten that there were sentient beings on this ship. The reason he had stopped was because of the sentient beings. Openly robbing them was not a good idea, as it would be too obvious and it would be easy to see through. That was why he had used Qin Yun as an excuse. At the same time, he was also curious about her disguise abilities. He had not expected her to be one of Sky Beyond Heaven's twin absolutes. This made things even easier. He could just take her away and make her his maid. At the bottom of the ship, dark clouds appeared. They were all sentient beings from the universe of consciousness. To Lu Yin they were dark clouds, but to the others they took various forms. There were also sentient beings that took the initiative to take on certain forms. These were all sentient beings that had surrendered and were willing to join the spiritualized universe. They then joined forces with the other teams on the ship and released an even more majestic consciousness that pressed down on Lu Yin. This seemingly majestic consciousness came from all directions and it was too chaotic. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he released his own consciousness. It howled out like a tsunami pouring into a river, instantly drowning the ship. Such a terrifying consciousness shocked everyone on the ship. 13 celestial phenomena. Someone shouted in horror. The next moment, everyone on the ship fainted and collapsed to the ground, including the first elder, Sikong, and the others. The entire ship came to a stop. Lu Yin's consciousness swept out in all directions, isolating himself from everyone's line of sight. He brought back all of the sentient beings that had been captured and those that had surrendered. After an unknown amount of time, someone on the ship woke up with a splitting headache, forgetting everything that had happened. Other cultivators boarded the ship and recounted what had happened. As the others woke up and pieced together their memories, they finally understood what had happened. Anger and cursing could not change the outcome. The ship headed towards Sky Beyond Heaven. They wanted to complain to Yu Sangtian and hope that Sky Beyond Heaven would uphold justice. At the same time, the ship continued towards the Inteliski domain. There was another woman beside him. It was Qin Yun. She was dressed in plain clothes and did not look as elegant as Palace Mistress Yao, nor did she look as cold as Kai Keqing. This was because she had traveled to the universe of consciousness in disguise and did not want to attract too much attention. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that there was a faintly discernible distance around her that formed an incomprehensible ethereal aura. Lu Yin had never encountered such an aura before. She was still a bit off from being high and mighty. Heroic, luxurious. None of them were, but they all had a very strange temperament. Lu Yin often glanced at Qin Yun and Old Tao noticed it. He tried to curry favor with Lu Yin. Boss, there's a starry sky city not too far ahead. Do you want to rest for a few days before continuing? Are you tired? He asked casually. Old Tao smiled and winked. Perhaps Miss Qin Yun is tired. Qin Yun frowned and looked at Old Tao. Ever since she had been captured by Lu Yin, she had been very calm. She hadn't resisted and she hadn't asked for the reason either. She had simply walked along with Lu Yin like Palace Mistress Yao and the others. She knew very well that even Palace Master Yao could only be a maid. Unless Sang Tian intervened, she had no hope of escaping. Over the past few days, Lu Yin had looked at her from time to time, but he hadn't done anything to her, which made her feel relieved. However, Old Tao's words made her heart jump. She didn't know the purpose of this third boss making her a maid. Was she really just a maid? What was the point? What was this person thinking? Palace Master Yao and Kai Kai Qing both glared at Old Tao. Lu Yin pursed his lips. I'll take you there. Old Tao smiled awkwardly. Yes, yes. Aren't you going to say anything? Lu Yin looked at Qin Yun. This girl was just like Kai Kai Qing. She had been taken away without saying anything. There was no fear, no despair, and no fear. Lu Yin could feel Kai Kai Qing's coldness, but Qin Yun was definitely not that kind of coldness. Although her temperament was strange, she was definitely not a cold person. She should be a normal person with all kinds of emotions, but right now she was only calm. Qin Yun met Lu Yin's eyes. What's the point of taking me away? Lu Yin looked up and thought for a moment. I don't know either. Just think of it as gathering the outside skies, two absolutes. Gathering them? Qin Yun's eyes flashed. This wasn't a nice word. Behind me is the ninth spirit. Lu Yin raised his brows. The ninth spirit of the seven great mulberry skies? Yes. What a coincidence. I'm just about to challenge Bao Qi of the seven great mulberry skies. Qin Yun was calm. You have the ability. You can see that too. Lu Yin asked in return. Qin Yun smiled faintly. My disguise comes from the ninth spirit. The ninth spirit said that only a powerful spiritual primordial realm cultivator, one who can fight a bitter disaster expert, can see through my disguise. Such a level in the spiritualized universe is equivalent to a mulberry sky. If you can see through my disguise, you have the ability of a mulberry sky. With the addition of the first elder, what those people said is clear. Lu Yin smiled. So you're very calm. You know you can't escape? Qin Yun looked at Lu Yin, her expression solemn. I know threats are useless, but I still have to say that the ninth spirit is not to be trifled with. Lu Yin nodded. The seven great mulberry skies are not to be trifled with. The ninth spirit is not someone Bao Qi can compare to. You seem to have no respect for the mulberry skies. Lu Yin was puzzled. He stared at Qin Yun. What's your relationship with the ninth spirit? Qin Yun said, everyone in the spiritualized universe calls her the ninth spirit. Palace Master Yao knows this as well. There's nothing strange about it. Lu Yin looked at Palace Master Yao. She nodded. There's something wrong with your body, Lu Yin suddenly said. Qin Yun's gaze flickered, but she did not reply. Lu Yin looked at Qin Yun strangely. This woman's body was very strange. It seemed to have a special constitution that contained fire within. In the world of cultivation, special constitutions existed. Innate gifts were actually all kinds of special constitutions, but Qin Yun's constitution was not an innate gift. Come to my side, Lu Yin said. Qin Yun's body trembled and she looked at him. Lu Yin stretched out his hand. Palace Master Yao consciously moved aside. Old Tao did not look sideways. His boss was too anxious. Everyone had said that there was a heavenly city ahead. Qin Yun stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at her. Say it again. Hand. Qin Yun hesitated for a moment, then stretched out her hand and placed it in Lu Yin's palm. It was smooth to the touch and her skin was whiter than snow. Lu Yin held Qin Yun's hand for a moment, but he quickly let go. You're not far from death. Old Tao blinked and looked back blankly. His boss couldn't be saying words of love, right? Qin Yun was silent. I'm suddenly very interested in you. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he stared at Qin Yun. Qin Yun did not understand what Lu Yin meant. Is it very interesting to watch someone die? Lu Yin did not answer and his gaze was deep. This was really too strange. This woman's body did contain fire, and it was constantly burning her body from the inside out. However, this burning was different from a real fire. If one had to describe it, it was like there was a result first and then there was a process. The burning of fire was a process and it was also a normal natural phenomenon. However, in this woman's body the process was reversed. Her body appeared to be burning from the inside out. It was very, very slow, but there were no flames. If this process was understood by karma, then there was an effect first and then there was a cause. Once this process was over, this woman's entire body would be engulfed by the flames and disappear instantly. This was also one of the points that Lu Yin found strange. Why was it reversed? How could karma be reversed? The desolate ancestor had helped Lu Yin remove Grandmaster Xianxia's karmic seal by reversing karma. This was a heresy to karma, as all karma would stop it. That was why Lu Yin had been able to remove the seal, but the desolate ancestor himself had been trapped by karma. This woman's constitution was clearly able to reverse karma. But how did she do it? How was this constitution born? Strange, too strange. First there was Jiang Qi, who could hide in the blanket and block the karma spiral. Now there was this special constitution. The spiritualized universe made Lu Yin more and more confused. Have you thought about how to solve your body's problem? Lu Yin asked. Qin Yun's gaze dimmed. Even the ninth spirit has no solution. Is that so? Lu Yin finally understood where Qin Yun's calmness came from. She was someone who could die at any time. When people came into contact with each other, it was based on the other person's life state and life state. Whether it was sadness or joy, it all originated from this. Qin Yun gave people the feeling that she was a person who was about to die. She could ignore everything that happened in the world. However, her personality was not cold, and she should have been looking for a solution all along. Hand. Qin Yun frowned. You've already seen it clearly. What else do you want? Lu Yin repeated. Hand. Qin Yun had no choice but to place her hand in Lu Yin's. Reversing karma. How could Lu Yin let such a thing happen before his eyes? However, this scene was full of ambiguity in the eyes of others, and it also confirmed Lu Yin's motive for capturing the maidservant. Originally, Palace Mistress Yao had only just been captured and treated like a maidservant. Although many people were angry, they did not touch their bottom line. However, when Lu Yin grabbed Qin Yun's hand, many people's mentality collapsed, and they almost challenged Lu Yin to a duel. Up ahead, someone blocked the path. Lu Yin looked over. The one in charge is someone from the Intent Realm Crusade. The leader is Xianxia, Old Tao said. Lu Yin recognized Xianxia. This person had not participated in the Battle of the Intent Realm. Otherwise he might not be standing here. Xianxia did not want to block Lu Yin's path, but he had to give Sky Beyond Sky an explanation. Xianxia stepped forward and said politely, "Greetings, Third Master." Lu Yin held Qin Yun's hand and asked casually, "What's the matter?" Xianxia glanced at Qin Yun and was stunned. This Third Master really knew how to find maidservants. All three of them were the most beautiful in the spiritualized universe. "There's something I'd like to ask, Third Master." "I don't know," Lu Yin said directly. Xianxia was helpless. "Third Master, may I ask where the captured life forms of the consciousness realm have gone?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had finally found them. During the Battle of the Intent Realm, he had absorbed the consciousness of all the life forms of the consciousness realm in order to resist Qizun's consciousness. That was how he had managed to raise his consciousness to a level where he could resist Qizun and Wu Wei. After the consciousness was absorbed, the life cores of the life forms of the consciousness realm would naturally dissipate and all of them would be gone. When the life forms of the consciousness realm were gone, the Intent Realm would need to give Sky Beyond Sky an explanation. However, the Intent Realm did not know what had happened to those life forms. Chapter 3506. At first he guessed that they had all been wiped out by the battle between Lu Yin and Qizun. However, not all of them were left. After a long time of guessing, verifying and searching, Xianxia finally found Lu Yin. Only Lu Yin could give them an answer. Of course, Xianxia had his own guesses as well, but he didn't dare voice them out. He found them unbelievable and wanted to get some clues from Lu Yin. Lu Yin let go of Qin Yun's hand and leaned forward to stare at Xianxia. "You're blaming me." Xianxia hurriedly said, "I don't mean that." It's just that all the sentient beings have disappeared, and the domain needs to give an explanation to Beyond Heaven. Only Third Master was underground at the time, so I wanted to ask you to tell me. Lu Yin sneered. What does it have to do with me if you want to give an explanation to Beyond Heaven? Xianxia was helpless. The Qi family has been eliminated and they have no right to speak in the domain. This is what the Alliance promised Third Master, so please help us. We'll be eternally grateful. Lu Yin smiled. The Alliance will be grateful to me? Will you be grateful? Xianxia's expression changed. These were just polite words. Grateful? Of course not. How would he explain it to Yu Sangtian if they were grateful to Lu Yin? This Third Master didn't give the Alliance any face at all. In the distance, many members of the Alliance were watching, including Wu Tong. She didn't appear as she knew that she had no face in front of the Third Master. Xianxia wanted to say something, but Lu Yin waved a hand. Don't block the way or I won't mind sparring with you. Xianxia had no choice but to step aside and watch as the pole moved away. He hadn't gotten anything. This person hadn't given him a chance at all. Was his guess true or false? The beings from the universe of consciousness on the battleship had also been captured by this person. He wanted to see what would happen to them in the end. Hand. Qingyun glanced at Lu Yin and frowned, but she still extended her hand. Lu Yin held her hand and felt her constitution. He was thinking about the beings from the universe of consciousness. He had been too obvious. He had captured the beings from the universe of consciousness on the battleship. If they never appeared again, someone might guess something which would be very disadvantageous for him. Lu Yin still remembered He Wuxian's words before he died. The spiritualized universe could slaughter the consciousness universe, but he could absorb the consciousness of the consciousness universe's life forms. In comparison, perhaps he was the greater enemy of the consciousness universe. The three universes could not allow the Tianyuan universe to be targeted by the other two universes simultaneously. Those captured life forms from the universe of consciousness hadn't had their consciousnesses absorbed by Lu Yin, and they were still inside Mount Supreme. How could he deal with them? Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he thought of someone. Sage Great Lu. Stop at the starry sky city up ahead. Old Tao looked back and winked. Understood, head of the family. Qin Yun's face paled as she stared at Lu Yin. What are you trying to do? Lu Yin smiled at her. What do you think? Qin Yun's face was even paler now. You don't do anything rash. The ninth spirit will not let you off. How interesting. You're the one who said that threats are useless, so why are you still threatening me? Qin Yun gritted her teeth. My physique will burn you as well. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Is there such a thing? That's all the more reason to study it. As they spoke, they arrived at the starry sky city. Qin Yun's face turned pale as she clenched her fists. Only at this moment did she feel fear. She couldn't understand why such an expert would be so despicable. Old Tao quickly found a courtyard and Lu Yin entered it. As for Qin Yun, she stood guard outside like Palace Mistress Yao and the others. Old Tao was stunned. This was different from what he had expected. Palace Mistress Yao wasn't surprised. The Third Master seemed arrogant and unruly, but it was all an act. Regardless of his stance, this person wasn't bad. Qin Yun heaved a sigh of relief. She hated Lu Yin for toying with her, but she was still nervous. She looked at the courtyard from time to time, afraid that she would be caught. Within the courtyard, Lu Yin released Sage Great Lu. Back then, Lu Yin had pushed Sage Great Lu into the hell of general appointment platform. It was indeed hell. Looking back at the past, the karmic ties, he saw the people he once missed and also his enemies. It could be said that the more emotional a person was, the more hell they would be in. A few days later, when Lu Yin threw Sage Great Lu into Mount Supreme, Sage Great Lu was still in a daze. Sage Great Lu had nothing to do with Lu Yin, so Lu Yin wouldn't have pushed him into the hell of general appointment platform for so long. Only Lord Qi, Reverend Qi and Carefree Old Man would be pushed into the hell of general appointment platform. Although Lu Yin released Sage Great Lu from the hell of general appointment platform, he didn't let him go. After all, this person was involved in the intent realm. There were some things that couldn't be released before they were resolved. Sage Great Lu was terrified when he saw Lu Yin. The scenes in the hell of general appointment platform terrified him. He couldn't offend this person. He definitely couldn't. Greetings, Third Master. Sage Great Lu's attitude was extremely respectful. Lu Yin looked at him. Who stole the white willow? Sage Great Lu was shocked. He had been imprisoned and didn't know about the outside world. He also didn't know that Lu Yin had broken through the intent realm. Third Master, this matter concerns the intent realm. I will only ask this question once. If you don't answer, you know the consequences. Lu Yin was indifferent. The scenes in the Hell of General Appointment platform flashed in Sage Great Lu's mind again. He hurriedly said, "It's Qi Gong, the head of the Qi family." This answer was enough to shock most of the people in the spiritualized universe. The head of the Qi family in the intent realm stole the White Willow and framed his own ancestor, causing a conflict between the Qi family and the Rebel Alliance. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible. However, Lu Yin wasn't surprised. During the Battle of Intent Realm, Wu Wei didn't take action. It was only when Lu Yin wanted to suppress Qigong that Wu Wei took action and used the Sword of Heaven. At that time, Lu Yin only needed to suppress Qigong to end the battle. However, Wu Wei still used all his strength to protect Qigong. The answer was obvious. Qigong and Wu Wei had a special relationship. If Lu Yin wasn't wrong, Wu Wei had instructed Qigong to do so. However, as the head of the Qi family, what was he after? Lu Yin didn't understand. It was reasonable to say that Wu Wei controlled Qigong, but it was impossible. If Wu Wei could control Qigong, Yu Sangtian wouldn't have put him in the intent realm. It was too dangerous. Sage Great Lu was afraid that Lu Yin wouldn't believe him. He told Lu Yin everything about his friendship with Qigong and how he stole the White Willow and put it in the Milky Way. He didn't want to be trapped in the Hell of General Appointment platform anymore. "You're brave enough to help Qigong hide the White Willow," Lu Yin praised. Sage Great Lu was helpless. "I had no choice. If I didn't do so, I would have been killed by Qigong. Qigong is ruthless and I'm not his match. His consciousness is best at sneak attacks. So, the mastermind who stole the White Willow is Qigong?" Lu Yin asked. Sage Great Lu said respectfully, "Yes, it's Qigong." "Wrong, it's you," Lu Yin retorted. Sage Great Lu was stunned. "Third Master, this has nothing to do with me. I only helped Qigong hide the White Willow." Lu Yin stared at Sage Great Lu. "If I say it's you, then it's you." Qigong was forced. Sage Great Lu looked at Lu Yin in a daze. Is this person related to the Qi family? In the intent realm, the Alliance Crusade. Master Feng was anxiously looking for Xianxia. Senior, the Alliance leader, went to look for the third master of Daoist Manor. He hasn't returned yet. Master Feng quickly contacted Xianxia. In space, Xianxia received the call. "What's the matter?" "It's Qigong. Qigong is the one who stole the White Willow." Master Feng's voice sounded. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. "What did you say?" Beside him, Wu Tong and the others heard it. They couldn't believe it. How is this possible? The Qi family's patriarch stole the White Willow? Not only did he frame the patriarch, but he also caused the Qi family to go against the alliance. How is this possible? "It's Qigong. This is the news from Heaven's Hand. After the White Willow was stolen, we paid a high price for Heaven's Hand to search for it. Even when the third master pulled out the White Willow, Heaven's Hand had no news. However, Heaven's Hand just sent news that Qigong stole the White Willow and hid it in the Deming region's Sky River," Master Feng said. Xianxia's tone was low. "How did Heaven's Hand know?" "They didn't say, but they are absolutely sure," Master Feng said. He was excited. Once this matter was confirmed, the Qi family would really be finished. The Alliance would control the intent realm. Although the Alliance and the Qi family were both chess pieces for Yu Sangtian to control the intent realm, it was just for show. In reality, as long as the Qi family existed, the Alliance would always be second. Although Lu Yin's battle had caused the Qi family to decline completely, as long as the Qi family was still in the intent realm, they would still have the right to speak. Master Feng was second only to Xianxia in the Alliance. Once the Qi family was finished, his status would rise rapidly. This was something he didn't even dare to dream of. "Wait for me to come back." Xianxia hurried back to the intent realm with everyone. In the starry sky city, someone came looking for them. It was Qing Shao. Seeing Qing Shao, Qing Yun was shocked and wanted him to leave. Qing Shao was furious. "Sister, this person actually dared to make you his maid. I won't let him go. Shut up and go back quickly." Qing Yun was anxious. Qing Shao wanted to rush into the courtyard, but there was a beast standing in front of him. The beast looked harmless and was a little petite. When Qing Shao was about to rush in, the beast grabbed him and threw him away. "Qing Shao, Qing Yun was shocked. Old Tao said, "Don't worry. It's fine. Young people have a lot of temper. It's good to throw him away to calm down." Qing Yun looked at the beast. They had no way to resist the power just now. Old Tao was afraid. "Don't underestimate it. It's not weak to be able to carry the master's palanquin. It once tore 3 heads apart." Qing Yun was shocked. She knew about the 3 heads, but it was actually torn apart by this monkey? The beast raised its head and chest, facing Qing Yun. It raised its hand and gave her a thumbs up, revealing its big white teeth. Qing Yun was stunned. After some time, Qing Xiao returned. He wanted to rush into the courtyard, but he was thrown away by the beast again. Then he came back and was thrown away again. Old Tao was speechless. This young man really wasn't afraid of death. The difference in strength was obvious, but he still dared to come. Qing Yun couldn't stop him. The beast didn't get tired and found it very interesting. It even gave Qing Xiao a thumbs up every time he returned. Su Wang was envious. He also came over slowly. Before the beast attacked, he bit Qing Xiao and threw him away. This time there was another creature. Chapter 3507. Under Qing Yun's confused gaze, Su Wang also gave her a thumbs up and showed his big white teeth. Qing Yun immediately fell to the ground and lost his strength. Qing Xiao came back and was quite tenacious. Just after Qing Xiao was thrown out dozens of times, someone came to the courtyard and asked to see Lu Yin. It was Ru Mu, the beautiful woman in the painting. Ru Mu. Qing Xiao came again with a swollen face and saw Ru Mu. Ru Mu looked at Qing Xiao and blinked. "What are you doing?" Qing Xiao rubbed his nose and tidied his hair. Playing. Ru Mu laughed. "You're really in the mood." Qing Yun was also surprised by Ru Mu's arrival. They knew Ru Mu and had met each other in Sky Beyond Sky. Ru Mu faced the courtyard and said respectfully, "Ru Mu of Imperial God Mountain requests to see the 3rd leader." Old Tao was puzzled. "Girl, what are you doing here?" Ru Mu and Lu Yin had a conversation in Ring Sun City. She wanted to say something, but Lu Yin did not give her a chance. After that, they did not meet again. Old Tao could not figure out what she was doing here. Ru Mu faced the courtyard and bowed respectfully. "Ru Mu of Imperial God Mountain requests to follow the 3rd leader." As soon as she said this, Old Tao, Qing Yun, Qing Xiao, Palace Master Yao on the other side of the courtyard, Kai Keqing, Xing Toad, and even the cultivators of various forces who had been staring at Lu Yin were shocked. They thought they had heard wrongly. Ru Mu wanted to follow the 3rd leader? She was a cultivator of Imperial God Mountain and had a high status in Imperial God Mountain. She could enter Sky Beyond Sky at any time and was admired by countless people. Such a person actually wanted to follow the 3rd leader? Wasn't this joke a little too big? Qing Xiao was stunned. Ru Mu, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again? Ru Mu looked at the courtyard and calmed down, waiting for Lu Yin's reply. Ru Mu, did I hear wrongly? You want to follow the 3rd leader? Qing Xiao came in front of Ru Mu and stared at her. My sister was just caught by him as a maid and you still want to come? Are you crazy? Ru Mu looked at Qing Xiao and smiled. The 3rd leader's strength is peerless and the world. Such a man who doesn't want to follow up. Qing Xiao's mouth wide open. She really wanted to follow him? Old Tao didn't dare to believe it. This wasn't a matter of following or not, but a matter of standing. He was very clear about Ru Mu's background. To a certain extent, this woman could represent the entire Royal God Mountain, and the Royal God Mountain only belonged to Xianxia. The Daiyu Manor had violated the rules and provoked the realm beyond heaven. The spearhead was directed at Xianxia. Under such circumstances, this woman's actions were equivalent to provoking Xianxia. What right did she have? Could it be Xianxia's doing? Old Tao wasn't the only one who thought so. Many people thought so as well. If it wasn't for Xianxia's instructions, how could this woman have the guts to follow Daiyu Manor's 3rd head? Wasn't she afraid of being hunted down by the Royal God Mountain and the outer sky? She wasn't a loner like Palace Master Yao. She had too many people from the Royal God Mountain behind her. Qing Xiao was no fool. He also thought of the same thing and stepped aside. At this moment, everyone seemed to see a pair of eyes behind Ru Mu. That pair of eyes came from Yusang Heaven, enough to look down on the world. This was part of Xianxia's scheme. He wanted Ru Mu to follow Lu Yin, but it all depended on whether or not Lu Yin dared to accept. As Daiyu Manor's 2nd head and Lu Yin's loyal lackey, Old Tao felt that he had an obligation to solve this problem. You can leave. The 3rd head won't accept you. Old Tao rejected her directly. Rumu looked at Old Tao. Third head is a hero of the current era. The maids under him are all peerless beauties. I don't think I'm bad. With third head's magnanimity, why won't he accept me? Old Tao's face sank. If he won't accept you, then he won't accept you. Leave or I'll do it myself. Rumu was only a spirit warrior, so she couldn't stop Old Tao. Seeing Old Tao's gloomy expression, Rumu smiled. You dare to provoke Xianxia and want to overturn the spiritualized universe. Are you afraid of a little girl like me? Old Tao was about to attack. Lu Yin's voice came from the courtyard. Follow me if you want. It's good to be a maid. Back massage. Shoulder massage. Feet washing. Bed warming. I have all of them. Not a single one is missing. Just nice. Outside the courtyard, Palace Master Yao looked up. Back massage? Kai Keqing's eyes flashed. Shoulder massage? Qing Yun frowned. I'm not a foot washing. Rumu smiled. I can warm the bed. At this moment, Rumu was different from when he saw her in Ring Sun City. At that time, Rumu's temperament was like a painting. Now Rumu had added some gentleness and charm. However, her temperament was still there. Many people were tempted, but they couldn't do anything about it. She was so beautiful, but she wanted to be a bed-warming maid? That was too hateful. More importantly, with Rumu's identity, how could she be a maid? Even Xianxia didn't have such treatment. Old Tao looked at Rumu deeply. What was Yushin Mountain trying to do? In the Intent Realm, the Alliance Crusaders gathered and cultivators returned one by one. The current Intent Realm was completely weak. However, because of Xianxia's name and the authority to control the universe of consciousness lifeforms that surrendered, it wasn't impossible for them to recover as long as they were given time. Of course, it would take a long time. On this day, bad news spread to the Intent Realm. The universe of consciousness lifeforms that followed the battleship back to the spiritualized universe were all captured by Xianxia. This was bad news for the Intent Realm, but for the Qi family it was bad news. The Qi family once had two greatest advantages over the Attack Alliance. One was strength. The Qi family had Qi Shangjuan, Qi Guan, and Qi Gong, three sequence law experts. They had a deep foundation that the Attack Alliance couldn't match. The second was their control over the universe of consciousness lifeforms. The Attack Alliance could only control some wandering cultivators. Only the Qi family could control the universe of consciousness lifeforms underground. Lu Yin had absorbed all the universe of consciousness lifeforms in the Battle of the Intent Realm. Previously he had captured Qi Shangjuan and Qi Guan, causing the Qi family to decline. Now the Qi family was waiting for the universe of consciousness lifeforms to come so that they could have some say. Unexpectedly, those universe of consciousness lifeforms couldn't come at all. When Qi Gong heard the news, he vomited blood again. The entire Qi family fell into a haze. Their hatred for Lu Yin had been engraved into their bones. Father, the Attack Alliance keeps gathering cultivators. I don't know why. A junior of the Qi family found Qi Gong looking nervous. They didn't feel safe at all. Qi Gong seemed to have aged 10 years. He waved his hand. Don't worry about them. Well, something's wrong. The Attack Alliance's cultivators seem to have surrounded the Qi family. Master, I heard the Attack Alliance's people say that none of the Qi family will be able to escape. Someone rushed in. These words ignited Qi Gong's anger. He walked out of the Qi family and stepped on the ruins, looking into the distance. Who dares to attack my Qi family? The Intent Realm. Many cultivators looked at the Qi family and heard Qi Gong's words. Qi Gong roared. No matter how much the Qi family declines, we're still under Lord Xianxia's orders to control the Intent Realm. What is your Attack Alliance? Do you have the right to destroy my Qi family? From all of you, scram. Stay away from my Qi family. Scram. The Attack Alliance's cultivators looked on coldly, neither advancing nor retreating. They just looked at the Qi family. The once glorious Qi family was now in ruins. At the door, the broken stone steel was still there. No one would have thought that a peak powerhouse like Qizun had once lived there. Now that Qizun had completely disappeared, the Qi family should be over. The Qi family's cultivators were sad. Everything had changed too quickly. They had never thought that the Qi family would fall to such an extent. Qi Gong panted heavily and clenched his fists. His eyes were red as he looked around. The Attack Alliance's cultivators, who once didn't even dare to look at him, were now looking at him with mockery and pity. He couldn't stand their gazes. He wanted to destroy the Attack Alliance, destroy Dayu Villa, and destroy everyone who had hurt the Qi family. At this moment Feng Shangren walked out of the void and looked at Qi Gong. Why is Master Qi so angry? Who offended you? Qi Gong stared coldly at Feng Shangren. This person had once spoken to him very politely. He didn't dare to offend him at all. Now his tone was mocking and his eyes were looking down on him. Who did he think he was? Feng Shangren, Qi Gong said slowly. Feng Shangren stared at Qi Gong. It's me. Why is Master Qi suddenly angry? The third master of Dayu Villa isn't here, is he? Qi Gong narrowed his eyes and sneered. The Intent Realm was created by Ancestor Qizun. As long as the Intent Realm exists, it will belong to the Qi family. Our Qi family has received Master Yu Sangtian's favor. Master Yu Sangtian will support our Qi family. Who do you think you are? Feng Shangren's face darkened. Is that so? What if the Qi family loses Master Yu Sangtian's favor? Qi Gong seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Who do you think you are to change Master Yu Sangtian's mind? Even Xianxia wouldn't dare to say such arrogant words. Just you wait. I'll make you miserable in sky beyond sky. Feng Shangren's eyes flashed with killing intent. At this moment Xianxia returned and looked at Qi Gong coldly. I didn't expect you to be the one who stole Bai Lu, Qi Gong. Qi Gong was stunned. Everyone in the Qi family was stunned. What? Stole Bai Lu? Qi Gong? How was that possible? The Qi family was furious. Xianxia, you're lying. You should think of a better reason to deal with the Qi family. Don't think that the Qi family's decline will be wronged by you. What a joke. Why would the master steal Bai Lu? Bullsh *T. Countless curses came from the Qi family. In response, many cultivators of the Crusader League surrounded the Qi family and stared coldly. Xianxia didn't seem to hear those curses and stared at Qi Gong. At first he was still a little uncertain. However, the moment he said that, Qi Gong's reaction confirmed it. At that moment, the fear in Qi Gong's eyes couldn't lie. Qi Gong stared at Xianxia with red eyes. Nonsense. I stole Bai Lu? What proof do you have? Xianxia shook his head. The Heavenly Hand found out that you stole Bai Lu. The one who ordered you to steal Bai Lu is Saint Great Lu. Qi Gong roared. How dare you accuse me? Why did I steal Bai Lu? What's the benefit of stealing Bai Lu? We still don't know the reason, but you did it. The Heavenly Hand wouldn't dare to lie about this kind of thing. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to explain it to Lord Yu Sangtian. Why did Saint Great Lu order you to steal Bai Lu? Why are you willing to steal Bai Lu? Who's behind Saint Great Lu? What's his purpose? We'll find out all these. I'll have to trouble you to come with me to the outer sky. Chapter 3508. As Xianxia spoke, he secretly used his consciousness to attack Qi Gong, making him dizzy. His will to resist was weakening. In addition to the continuous attacks during this period, his body went limp. No, I won't go. I don't want to go to heaven beyond heaven. I won't go. His reaction made everyone's heart sink. If Qi Gong didn't steal the White Willow, why didn't he dare to go to heaven beyond heaven? In heaven beyond heaven, Lord Yu Sangtian would personally investigate. Heaven's Hand would also reveal everything he knew. If it wasn't Qi Gong, he didn't need to be afraid. But now, Qi Gong's reaction was obviously wrong. Xianxia was sure that Qi Gong stole the White Willow, but why? He couldn't figure out the reason at all. Qi Gong trembled. The surrounding gazes were like sharp blades slashing on his body, suffocating him. In his body, power flowed back and attacked his meridians. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Father. Uncle. The juniors of Qi clan hurried forward to support him and looked at Qi Gong in a daze. Qi Gong smiled bitterly. It was over. Everything was over. He was the one who stole the White Willow. Once he went to heaven beyond heaven, Lord Yu Sangtian would definitely find out. Since Heaven's Hand had already found out, how could there be no evidence? He stole the White Willow because of Wu Wei, one of the 13 celestial phenomenon who was trapped in the Intent Realm. Since young, his consciousness cultivation talent wasn't high. If it wasn't for Wu Wei's guidance, he wouldn't have been able to become the patriarch of Qi clan. Wu Wei kept guiding him, and after countless years he was already used to being guided by Wu Wei. Wu Wei guided him to steal the White Willow and wrongly accused Lord Qi, causing the Qi clan to have conflicts with the Crusade League. Not only that, for so many years the conflicts between Qi clan and those itinerant cultivators were actually caused by Wu Wei. Because of this, the Crusade League was born. As for Saint Dayu, he was just used by him. Wu Wei was the mastermind and he was the executor. But how could he explain all this? How could he explain? Now that it was exposed, there was no way to explain. He looked up at Xianxia. His eyes were covered in a layer of blood mist. Why did Xianxia say that the mastermind was Saint Dayu? It puzzled him. Saint Great Lu had done nothing but hide White Willow, and none of this had anything to do with him. So how could he be the mastermind? Looking at the Qi palace that was on the verge of collapsing, Xiaoxia's face turned gloomy. It seems like Heaven's Hand's investigation is correct. You are indeed the one who stole the White Willow. Saint Dayu used you to steal the White Willow and caused a conflict between the Qi family and me. At the same time, he purposely attracted the attention of the third master of the Dayu Villa and exposed the White Willow's location in the Dayu domain. His goal was to make the Qi family find trouble with the Dayu Villa and eventually attract a strong enemy for the Intent Realm. The only purpose of doing this is to deal with the beings of the universe of consciousness underground. Qigong, you've been used. Qigong stared blankly at Xianxia. What was he talking about? He didn't understand at all. What purposely exposing White Willow? What did attracting the third master have to do with him? Master Feng sighed. One trap after another. There must be someone else behind Saint Great Lu. Otherwise, he alone would not be able to set up such a big trap. You're right. Maybe. Xianxia raised his hand to stop Master Feng from continuing. He stared at Qigong. Now that things have come to this, you don't have anything to explain. As the head of the Qi family, Qigong, you're really pitiful. Qigong opened his mouth wanting to say something. However, he was stunned and couldn't say a word. He had indeed stolen White Willow. However, what did what Xianxia said or what Heaven's Hand found out have to do with White Willow? How could Saint Great Lu be the mastermind? What motive did he have? He knew the reason why Wu Wei had asked him to steal White Willow and caused a dispute in the Intent Realm. It was very simple. Revenge was revenge. Wu Wei had already betrayed the universe of consciousness and couldn't go back. He could only survive in the spiritualized universe. Causing all this trouble wasn't too much. It was just to take revenge on Honorable Qi. If things got out of hand, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Lord Yusang Tian. He would be in trouble. These were all small matters. Furthermore, his theft of White Willow shouldn't have been discovered. Who would have thought that the lawless third master of the Dayu Mountain Villa would appear and coincidentally make a move on the Dayu domain and expose White Willow? Everything was a coincidence. However, Xianxia and the others made it sound like a shocking conspiracy. There was no conspiracy. However, it was useless for him to say anything now. No one would believe him. He was finished. The Qi family was also finished. A conspiracy of life forms from the universe of consciousness ultimately destroyed the Qi family. I really don't understand. Master Qi, why are you doing this? Master Feng sighed. Qigong's gaze became unfocused. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Seeing the Qi family members' ashen faces, Xianxia ordered the Qi family to be locked down. No one was allowed to leave. Alliance Master. Master Feng wanted to say something. Xianxia said in a low voice, I know what you want to say. I have made arrangements for the third master. Now see Wu Wei. In the corner of the Intent Realm, Xianxia felt the majestic consciousness. His expression was solemn. Wu Wei. What's the matter? Is Qigong's theft of White Willow related to you? Wu Wei immediately denied it. Unrelated. Xianxia frowned. Are you sure it's unrelated? He will be taken to heavens beyond. If you were the mastermind, you won't be able to explain it to Lord Yusang Tian. Wu Wei's consciousness swept toward Xianxia like a gale. Xianxia hurriedly retreated and resisted Wu Wei's consciousness. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. If I say it's unrelated, then it's unrelated. Junior, remember that I belong to the spiritualized universe. I'm not your prisoner. Xianxia took a deep breath and turned to leave. After Xianxia left, Wu Wei's consciousness surged like a storm. He had seen everything that had happened in the Qi family and he was equally confused. How could there be so many schemes? He had only wanted to take revenge on Reverend Qi and instigate a dispute in the Intent Realm. As for the life forms from the consciousness realm underground, they had nothing to do with him. Although they were all life forms from the consciousness realm, They did not think of each other as the same. In the consciousness realm they had also killed each other. How could he do so much for those life forms? But what could he do now? Qigong would definitely expose him, which would be troublesome. And that third master, that human, would be even more troublesome. In outer space, Lu Yin was lying on the pole, his left hand holding onto Qin Yun's hand while his right hand rested on Rumu's head. He looked very relaxed. In front, old Tao respectfully led the way. Qing Shao chased after the pole, his eyes blazing. After leaving the Dayu villa, the biggest change was that there were 2 more maids. He looked at Rumu. Did you Xianxia arrange for you to be my maid? Rumu looked up and Lu Yin's hand touched her forehead. It was smooth and very comfortable. If I say no, will you believe me? Yes. Lu Yin was nonchalant. Rumu smiled faintly, her gaze gentle. Come, let me hear you curse you Xianxia, Lu Yin suddenly said. Rumu's expression changed. Beside her, Palace Mistress Yao's lips curled up. Kai Keqing, Qing Yun and even Qing Shao, whose eyes were spitting fire, all looked at Rumu. This was interesting. Cursing did not hurt or itch, but it represented one's position, especially to a high and mighty existence like Yu Xianxia. Once Rumu cursed, she could forget about ever returning to the royal god mountain. Even if Yu Xianxia did not care, the cultivators under him would not let someone who had cursed Yu Xianxia live, let alone return to the royal god mountain. Right now, the spiritualized universe could not understand why Yu Xianxia had not attacked Lu Yin. Lu Yin had provoked Yu Xianxia several times. Now Lu Yin had thrown this problem to Rumu. Old Tao turned around and flattered. Master's wisdom is like a god's and you can do anything you want. Even watching from afar is an extravagant hope and I only know how to avoid harm. If I can learn even 10% of Master's wisdom in this life, my life would not have been in vain. Lu Yin placed a hand on Rumu's head and narrowed his eyes as he waited quietly. Rumu looked up and smiled at Lu Yin. I don't want to curse. Lu Yin raised a brow. Old Tao glanced at Rumu coldly. Palace Mistress Yao and the others looked at Rumu. If she did not curse, she would not be able to pass this test. Rumu met Lu Yin's gaze, her eyes bright. Yu Xianxia is not worthy of being on the same level as Master. If I curse, I won't be pure anymore. How can I still be Master's maid? Lu Yin was stunned, but then he laughed. Old Tao was shocked. Although she did not curse harshly, it was more serious than that. This woman was ruthless. Palace Mistress Yao looked deeply at Rumu. A mere Ling Zhan dared to slander Yu Xianxia. Even his father did not dare. Rumu received 2 compliments from Li Shou and Su Wang. The Star Toad could not help but praise Rumu. This woman was too ruthless. An ant dared to slander Tianqiong. Amidst the laughter, there was an unparalleled sense of heroism. Lu Yin found his 2 new maids to be very interesting. One had the ability to reverse karma, and the other dared to slander Yu Xianxia just because she was a Ling Zhan. Especially Rumu. What right did she have? This was much more serious than when Lu Yin had cursed the Day-Night clan in the Astral Combat Academy. Rumu's words would reach Yu Xianxia's ears sooner or later. Lu Yin would wait and see what right she had to do this. This woman was clearly as weak as an ant, but he could not see through her. He felt that the current Rumu was slightly different from the one he had met in Circling Sun City, but there was no doubt that they were the same person. Not long after, another woman blocked the path and bowed to Lu Yin. Master Wutong greets you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Little Wutong, why are you here again? Why are you looking for Master? Those who were watching this scene from the shadows were stunned. Could it be that she was going to be a maid again? Wutong asked in a crisp voice. Does Master still remember Sage Daliu? Lu Yin nodded. I remember. I used Sage Daliu's hand to deal with the battleships and capture the maids. Wutong smiled. I didn't expect Master to be like a god. You still remember such a small character. Haha, a spirit cultivator is not a small character. I can't compare to Master. Little Wutong, you really know how to talk. Lu Yin was delighted. Wutong smiled and said, Master, your divine power is unparalleled. You broke through the intent realm and destroyed the Qi clan. Even the Crusaders didn't dare to say anything. Now that the matter of the intent realm is over, could you please sell St. Great Lu to us? Lu Yin was puzzled. What do you want Sage Daliu for? Wutong was about to speak when Lu Yin waved a hand. Forget it, I'm too lazy to listen. Domain 1 of the 7 great powers. It doesn't matter. However, I can't give you sage daily. Wutong bowed, her expression graceful and aggrieved. The Rebel Alliance is willing to pay any price as long as Master is magnanimous. Chapter 3509. Lu Yin was helpless. It's not that I don't want to give him to you, but I really can't. How about I capture him and give him to you? Wutong did not understand. Capture him? Isn't Sage Daoyu in your hands? He's long gone. That old fellow paid the price, so I let him go. Anyway, there's no deep grudge between us, so why would I capture him? Lu Yin did not seem to mind. Wutong's eyes flashed. Sage Daoyu escaped? Yes, let's wait. Or you can tell me where he is and I'll capture him for you. That old fellow paid a high price and I don't know where he came from, Lu Yin said. Wutong pursed her lips. In that case, thank you for telling me. We won't trouble you. The Rebel Alliance will look for him ourselves. Alright, let me know if there's any trouble. I have a tender heart for the fairer sex. Look, even a maid has come to me. Huh. Lu Yin laughed and glided past Wutong, continuing to head towards the Intelliski domain. As she watched Lu Yin leave, Wutong contacted Xianxia. In the intent realm, Xianxia looked up. Sage Daoyu escaped? Got it. Sage Daoyu was behind Qigong's theft of the White Willow, and there was definitely someone else behind Sage Daoyu. Otherwise, how could he have paid the price to get the third master to release him? In the Daoyu domain, Sage Daoyu had deliberately exposed the White Willow to lure the Qi family to the third master. With the Qi family's conduct and Lord Qi's personality, the Qi family would definitely have offended the third master. It was not impossible for the third master to find the intent realm, or rather the Daoyu villa to find the intent realm. Sage Daoyu had to be found as the person behind him had calculated too deeply. Their goal was to capture the consciousness life forms underground in the intent realm. From the looks of it, those consciousness life forms might have been taken away by the third master and traded to Sage Daoyu. The third master would not have said anything about this. This also explained why the third master had captured the consciousness life forms from the battleship. Then was Lu Yin's previous guess wrong? Xianxia frowned as he still felt that something was amiss. He did not believe that all of this was a coincidence. Could not be a coincidence. The news of Ru Mu taking the initiative to become Lu Yin's maid had already spread throughout the spiritualized universe. Countless people were envious as they did not understand what was so special about Lu Yin. It was one thing for her to be caught, but she was even throwing herself into his arms. Countless cultivators in the spiritualized universe were interested in all sorts of speculations, and one of them spread very quickly and even reached Lu Yin's ears. What? Dual cultivation? Lu Yin was stunned. There was such a cultivation method. Qing Yun's face turned red, and she really wanted to pull her hand away from Lu Yin's palm. Old Tao laughed strangely. Yes, the outside world is saying that the reason why Master has such a high cultivation level at such a young age is because of the dual cultivation technique. Lu Yin was speechless. Not only that, but there are also rumors in the outside world that this dual cultivation technique is the legendary dual heavens binding technique, Old Tao added. Lu Yin blinked. Double heaven knot? There are too many legends in the spiritualized universe. Because cultivation methods have been unified since a long time ago, anyone who can create an alternative cultivation method is considered a legend. The dual heavens binding technique is one of those legends. Old Tao thought about it and then continued. Legend has it that the creators of the dual heavens binding technique were a couple. The two of them had accidentally obtained half of a cultivation technique. Logically speaking, they should not have been able to cultivate it, but the two of them relied on their willpower and luck to forcefully cultivate each half of the technique. While they were traveling the universe, they met the other half by chance and they attracted each other with their cultivation techniques. I heard that on the night of their wedding, both of their cultivation techniques were complete. In the end, both of them mastered their techniques and broke through the limits of their cultivation. Coincidentally, that night their enemies came looking for them, and they were dealt with by the two of them who had broken through. After that, the two of them cultivated using this method and it gradually spread. It was known as the dual heavens binding technique. After the two of them died, the dual heavens binding technique was passed down to their disciples. Their disciples were extremely talented, far beyond the imagination of the couple. This person changed the dual heavens binding technique and was no longer limited to a fixed cultivation technique. Instead, it increased one's cultivation speed by 2 times, 3 times, 5 times, or even more. In fact, at the beginning of cultivation, Many families and powers have methods that allow one's cultivation speed to surpass that of an ordinary person's by several times or even dozens of times. If that doesn't work, they can also imbue one's cultivation speed, but that kind of cultivation speed can only be maintained at a certain level. However, the dual heavens binding technique is different. Legend has it that this technique can be cultivated without limit. Even if one reaches the level of a sequence law, it can increase one's cultivation speed. Lu Yin listened as if it was a story. So there's no way to verify whether it's true or false. Otherwise, the dual heavens binding technique would have been taken away by the sky beyond sky. Old Tao flattered, "Master is wise. This is just a legend and there's no way to verify it over time. No one knows whether it's true or false. Many people think that it's made up by a storyteller, but now this dual heavens binding technique has been brought up again. More and more people in the outside world think that this technique is in Master's hands, or rather." He hesitated for a moment. Lu Yin laughed. "Dual heavens binding technique, huh? The name is not bad. So the outside world thinks that I keep taking in maids to cultivate the dual heavens binding technique." As he spoke, he looked at Ru Mu. "She took the initiative to become my maid because of the dual heavens binding technique?" Old Tao said. After all, Miss Ru Mu and Master had a conversation in Ring Sun City. No one knows what they were talking about. Ru Mu smiled and looked at Lu Yin. "Does Master really know the dual heavens binding technique?" Lu Yin opened his hand, and in his hand Qing Yun's hand was already tightly clenched. She immediately withdrew her hand the moment Lu Yin opened it. "Who knows? This kind of rumor is not bad." Time passed day by day, and the sliding rod headed straight towards Shi Kong domain. It was really straight. Along the way, whether it was the celestial bodies or the 36 domains, which were feared by cultivators, they could not change the direction of the sliding rod. At this moment, countless cultivators arrived outside the space abyss in Shi Kong domain. They looked at the space abyss from time to time. It was bottomless. No one would have thought that Bao Qi would actually be here. Some were bold and wanted to explore the space abyss, but they never came back up. Xianxia was almost the ruler of the spiritualized universe. His dignity was inviolable. Even if those who went to explore were killed, no one would dare to say anything. Further ahead of the space abyss was Shi Kong domain. At this moment, Yu Gongzi had already returned to Shi Kong domain. Beside him stood Mr. Li. There's a familiar aura. Mr. Li looked outside the space abyss with a serious expression. Yu Gongzi frowned. "Old man." Mr. Li nodded. "Not just one. The battle of the space abyss is going to be lively. If things go wrong, even if the third master wins against Bao Qi and Xianxia, he won't be able to return to Diyu Manor alive." Yu Gongzi was surprised. "You seem to think that he can win." Mr. Li did not say it explicitly. Yes, he was more optimistic about the third master. That person was too unfathomable. Although Bao Qi Xianxia was powerful, Yu Gongzi was no match for him with the cauldron bell. Yu Gongzi could see through Bao Qi Xianxia, but he could not see through the third master. However, those old men were here. Even if the third master won against Bao Qi Xianxia, it would not be easy for him to return. Once Bao Qi Xianxia was defeated, Xianxia's position would be vacant. Coupled with the arrival of the sacrificial spirit, many old men would want to fight for it. If Yu Gongzi was the third master, even if he wanted to challenge Xianxia, he would have to wait until after the sacrificial spirit. It would be unwise to challenge him now. However, this was the only time when an outsider like him could succeed. While everyone was looking forward to it, Huagan finally arrived at Shi Kong domain. From afar, Lu Yin saw a huge dark crack across Shi Kong domain. That was the space abyss. The space abyss was a type of celestial phenomenon. It was also like a crack in the spiritualized universe. It was a deep crack and no one knew where the deepest part of the space abyss led to. However, as the news of Bao Qi's presence spread, many people guessed that those who went deep into the space abyss were not unable to find out the bottom of the space abyss. Instead, Bao Qi Xianxia had dealt with them. When they saw the space abyss, Old Tao and the rest had solemn expressions. Palace Mistress Yao, Kai Kiching and the rest were solemn. Qin Yun did not care that Lu Yin was still holding her hand. She was about to face Bao Qi Xianxia, one of the 7 great Xianxians. Although there were rumors that Bao Qi Xianxia's position was bestowed by Yu Xianxian with the cauldron bell, it did not prevent Bao Qi Xianxia from borrowing the cauldron bell and having the strength of a Xianxian. If he did not have this strength, Xianxia would not have been able to bestow it on him. The other Xianxians would not acknowledge Bao Qi. Bao Qi was a true Xianxian expert. Lu Yin stood up and looked at the space abyss. You guys can stay here. He sensed more than one obscure aura. Every strand of aura made one's scalp tingle. They were all top-notch experts. As expected, there would be a group of old men who could not hold back and wanted to fight for the Xianxian's position. After the battle between him and Bao Qi, the more they did not want to disturb him, the more they were waiting for this moment. If he lost, those forces could make a move. If he won, those forces would make a move. They would either deal with him, a madman who provoked the outer sky, or fight for the Xianxian's position. In the eyes of those forces, this battle would not be a loss for them. Lu Yin faced the space abyss and looked into the distance. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. How many hidden old men were there in the spiritualized universe? How many people were confident in killing him? Come at me. He wanted to completely open up the heavenly Tao of karma in this battle and take the initiative. He would not be restrained by Xianxia and gain a firm foothold in the spiritualized universe. Old Tao looked back and saw that Lu Yin was different from before. It reminded him of the first time he had seen Lu Yin in Torch City. He was domineering, overlooking the world and controlling everything. This was the feeling. Beside him, Palace Mistress Yao Kai Keqing Ru Mu and Qing Yun all looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. Lu Yin was different. Could a person's temperament change like this? This was the temperament of a master where all the powerful beasts bowed their heads. Behind them, Qing Shao stared at Lu Yin's back in a daze. He did not dare to approach him and he could not. This person gave him the feeling of a lofty mountain, and he did not seem like the arrogant young master from before. How could this be? In all directions, the people who had been following Lu Yin and the others were silent. Zhang Qinggu had come back and he admitted defeat. The debaters in the open realm were crazy and they seemed to be arguing endlessly. More and more people were coming and it had not been easy for Zhang Qinggu to shake them off. He watched as Lu Yin stood up. What a terrifying pressure. There was clearly no aura leaking out, but what was with this pressure? It was as if the entire universe had stopped and everything in front of him had turned gray. This pressure spread to the wisdom void domain. Yu Gongzi's gaze was piercingly cold. Mr. Li frowned. Why did it feel like Lu Yin had become even stronger? Even further away, Yu Gongzi opened his eyes and could not help but sigh in admiration. Lu Yin was truly the #1 genius of all time. Chapter 35:10. In Jianyuan, Bao Qi opened his eyes. Xianxia's words were still echoing in his mind, telling him not to make a move and to wait for Wu Huang. He couldn't wait. Xianxia's dignity couldn't be trampled. If he didn't even dare to accept this person's challenge, what kind of Xianxia was he? Come on, let me see if you really have the strength to fight against Xianxia. He kept the cauldron bell and took a step forward, arriving outside the space abyss. He raised his head and looked at the distant starry sky. He grinned and his face was ferocious. Come, a loud shout reverberated through the void, causing ripples that instantly caused many people to spit out blood. Those people were originally closer to the dissension abyss. Bao Qi's shout was too sudden and caught them off guard. Some people were directly shaken to death, while the others hurriedly retreated in fear. Keep retreating. What kind of battlefield do you think this is? This is a battle between Xianxia and Xianxia. Retreat. That should be far enough. Not enough, far from enough. If we retreat any further, we won't be able to see it. Your life is more important. Hurry up and retreat. Listen to me. You still want to see? The battlefield that all of you can see is equivalent to the center of the battlefield. That's courting death. In outer space, the corners of Lu Yin's mouth curled up as his voice rang out. Xianxia Bao Qi, you actually dare to accept my challenge. The arrogance of these words made everyone's scalp go numb. They knew that Lu Yin was arrogant, but they hadn't expected him to be as arrogant as Xianxia. Xianxia was already at the pinnacle of the spiritualized universe. He was only second to Xianxia. If this person felt that even Xianxia did not dare to accept the challenge, who else would be his worthy opponent? Xianxia? Jianyuan. Bao Qi thought that he was arrogant enough, but he did not expect to meet someone who was even more arrogant. He grinned and his eyes were filled with savagery. You better not lose. Otherwise, I will make you suffer the most painful pain in the world. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Same here. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward. When he appeared again, he was already above the spatial abyss. Coincidentally, he was standing right above Bao Qi, looking down from above. Bao Qi didn't lift his head, but the corners of his mouth curled up. However, it wasn't a smile. People who knew him well knew that he was suppressing his anger. He had done this during the battle for Xianxia. Lu Yin's actions were not just arrogant provocation, but also an insult. He was actually standing on top of his head. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. They couldn't understand where the third master's confidence came from. Even if he could fight Xianxia, he wouldn't go so far as to leave no room for maneuver. Bao Qi's footsteps shook the ground, sending countless pebbles flying towards Lu Yin. These pebbles contained the sequence of sound, and each pebble was capable of piercing through ordinary sequence edicts. At this moment, the pebbles came from below, covering the skies and covering the earth. Lu Yin had fought Bao Qi before, but he had fought Bao Qi who was at Kuos level. Calamity was a stage and also a time when a person underwent a transformation. Once passed, they would step into eternal life and become unrivaled in the world. A grass grandmaster could seal Lu Yin with a flick of his finger, preventing him from even getting close. Yu Xianxia couldn't do it as casually as a grass grandmaster. This was the difference between him and an eternal life realm expert. And bitter adversity was the process of stepping into the eternal life realm, but this process was very strange. Some people's strength would skyrocket after stepping into bitter adversity, while others would decline. It was hard to fathom. During the battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe, Bao Qi had used his Spirit Prime Realm strength and the Cauldron Bell to suppress Void God, Celestial Champion Dishabag and Sapphire Giloa. If not for crazy Principal Xiaochen forcefully pulling Bao Qi into bitter adversity with the path of red dust, the outcome of that battle would have been unknown. After stepping into bitter adversity, Bao Qi's attacks were less tyrannical and more rational. It was hard to tell if his strength had increased or decreased, but Lu Yin was familiar with the rational Bao Qi instead of this savage and tyrannical person. However, the essence of their strength was the same. Countless pebbles covered Lu Yin's surroundings, releasing multicolored light. Lu Yin stood in place without moving, allowing the pebbles to explode. The multicolored light flooded the void, distorting the surroundings as the aftershocks swept out. The cultivators who came into contact with the aftershocks found it hard to breathe as they felt an intense pressure. However, Lu Yin was completely unharmed, leaving everyone speechless. In the distance, Qingxiao was stunned. Was this guy a monster? He hadn't even dodged Bao Qi's attack and he hadn't even been injured. Bao Qi suddenly looked up and opened his mouth to roar, sending an even more multicolored light towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked down from above and opened his palm, causing ripples of power to appear as he pressed down. The ripples of power collided with the multicolored light, starting from Lu Yin and Bao Qi. They collided halfway through the void, creating a ring of light that extended into the distance. This ring of light had a hazy glow and it looked extremely beautiful. Someone couldn't help but touch it, causing their arm to shatter. Do you want to die? Don't touch it. The ring of light seemed beautiful, but it contained a terrifying power and sound. Anyone who touched it would be killed. However, there were still people who wanted to give it a try, as this was a chance to come into contact with Xianxia's power at close range. They could directly sense the difference between them and Xianxia, and if they missed this opportunity they might never get another one. Those who dared to try were definitely experts at the level of sequence laws. They wrapped themselves in sequence particles and reached out to attack the ring of light. Within the range of the ring of light, the multicolored light dimmed. Those who tried were excited as they could resist it. However, in the next moment, an invisible force shattered their arms, and they were unable to resist. Even if they were at the level of sequence laws, they still couldn't resist. Countless people gasped at the sight of this. Even someone at the level of sequence laws could not resist it? Someone sneered inwardly. How could a mere mortal understand the power of Xianxia? If not for the fact that these two powers were already entangled and resisting, it would not have been as simple as shattering an arm. However, the third keeper's power was truly terrifying, as he was actually able to resist Bao Qi's sequence of sound. The multicolored light had once shocked the spiritualized universe, and more than one spirit prime had died to it. It seemed gentle, but it was terrifyingly domineering. Even experts who had morphed into beasts did not dare to take it head-on. With a boom, the multicolored light was suppressed, and the ring of light continued to press down on Bao Qi. Lu Yin did not underestimate Bao Qi. Even if he had defeated him in the 37 years of his past, he would not underestimate him. Bao Qi could suppress void gods, celestial champions Celestial and Zhou. His sequence of sound had swept through the battlefield at the Tianyuan universe's borders without fail, and it was enough to determine the outcome of a war. He had fought many powerhouses in the spiritualized universe such as Sovereign Qi, Wu Wei, Zhen, Carefree Old Man, and so close yet worlds apart. Sovereign Qi and Wu Wei seemed to be extremely powerful, but they were only comparable to Xianxia in one aspect. As for Bao Qi, even if he did not cultivate his consciousness or spiritual force, he could still resist this power. This was Xianxia's power level. Bao Qi's sequence of sound was the strongest among all the spiritualized universe's powerhouses that Lu Yin had fought. Its destructive power surpassed Xianxia's, and he also had the physical strength to withstand dozens of strikes from celestial champion Celestial without being injured. Bao Qi was worthy of Xianxia's name. Unfortunately, he did not know that Lu Yin was best at dealing with people like him. Sovereigns like Sovereign Qi and Dancing Butterfly had developed their own unique powers to the extreme, so they were not easy to deal with. Bao Qi, on the other hand, did not seem to have any obvious weaknesses, but he was perfectly countered by Lu Yin's all-round development. The multicolored light was continuously suppressed. Bao Qi's eyes narrowed. Impossible. How could his sequence of sound be completely suppressed? Impossible. The sequence of sound was not just a sequence technique. It also included his physical strength and techniques. Very few people knew that he had also developed his physical strength. Zhou Xian's physical strength was extremely powerful, and he could fight against the limits of physical strength. Bao Qi was the same. He did not plan to rely on his physical strength against Lu Yin, as even Zhou Xian had been defeated. However, the sequence of sound, which relied on physical strength, should not be so easily suppressed. At this moment, Xianxia's words appeared in his mind once more. If he did not want him to fight this person, then he had no confidence in him. Bao Qi clenched his fists and the corners of his mouth tore open. Fresh blood flowed down his cheeks, and the multicolored light became even more profound as it spread to the surface of his body. His entire body seemed to be burning in flames, and his meridians could be seen clearly. Flowing light flowed out of his body and continuously blasted upwards. Lu Yin raised a brow and his palm realm battle force spread out from his arm. The starry sky in his heart was released, and boundless power circulated as he pressed down. Boom! Rumbling sounds shook the universe as the halo expanded once more, enveloping the surroundings and even the entire Intellicong domain. Prince Yu hurriedly crouched down and avoided the halo. Mr. Li also dodged with a solemn expression. This halo contained Lu Yin's strength and Bao Qi's sequence of sound, and it was extremely destructive against sequence law's powerhouses. Although it could not hurt Mr. Li, there was no need for him to interfere in this battle. Even further away, Elder Yu watched the halo spread over and then crouched down, looking exactly like Prince Yu. Image. The people of the Intellicong domain did not care about image. Back in the boundless region, Lu Yin had directly thrown Prince Yu out. Prince Yu had not dared to believe that he would receive such treatment, but he had not resented being thrown out. To them, their goal was always the most important. Between heaven and earth, multicolored lights crashed down. Bao Qi leaped up and instantly pulled out the light that had been suppressed by Lu Yin's strength, transforming it into a spear that pierced towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin was shocked. Could the power that had been released be retrieved and used again? The tip of the spear pierced towards him, and it contained the ultimate power of Bao Qi's sequence of sound. The sequence of sound was simple, and it transformed into a spear that pierced out with unparalleled coldness. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and his consciousness planet rotated as a boundless consciousness swept out. The tip of the spear stopped and Bao Qi was bombarded by the consciousness. The world spun, and the familiar feeling reminded him of the 13 celestial phenomenon that he had encountered in the consciousness universe. He subconsciously split open the spear, and multicolored lights enveloped the surroundings. Lu Yin kicked out at the same time and it landed on the light, sending Bao Qi flying high into the sky. Bao Qi crashed into the abyss, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone watched in shock. Suppression from start to finish. They had imagined countless battle scenarios, but they had never imagined that Bao Qi Xianxia would be so easily suppressed. This third keeper had fought against Sovereign Qi, and even Dancing Butterfly and the others had not been so suppressed. Could it be that Bao Qi Xianxia's strength was inferior to those people? Chapter 35:11. In the distant sky, Qing Yun and the others were equally shocked. Bao Qi had been suppressed. Old Tao had not expected Lu Yin to be able to suppress Bao Qi and Xianxia like this. However, Bao Qi had relied on the cauldron bell and he had yet to use it. The outcome was still uncertain. Above the abyss, Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and reacted quickly. This was probably his instinct from fighting in the consciousness universe. If a normal cultivator had never fought someone who cultivated the consciousness path before, they would be at a disadvantage the first time. Even if they were stronger than the cultivator, they would still be easily defeated. However, they would be able to adapt after a few experiences. People like Bao Qi would initially be at a disadvantage when fighting in the consciousness universe, but as they gradually adapted to the bombardment of consciousness, their tolerance increased. This was why he had not fainted after being attacked by Lu Yin's cosmic realm consciousness. He had even been able to instinctively block it. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as kicking him down. It seemed like he had completely suppressed Bao Qi, and Bao Qi's performance was not as good as Dancing Butterfly Border and the others. However, if Bao Qi were to fight Dancing Butterfly Border or Wu Wei instead, they wouldn't be able to deal much damage to Bao Qi. Perhaps Dancing Butterfly's Thunderclap World could have dealt Bao Qi a blow, but that would not have been enough to determine the outcome. Still, these people were all about the same level of strength, and Bao Qi did not have the strength to overwhelm Dancing Butterfly's group. If he faced Carefree Old Man, he might even step into bitter adversity and the outcome would be unknown. The spiritualized universe's foundation was too deep. Below the abyss, Bao Qi shook his head and touched his ear. His hand was stained with blood. He looked up. What a terrifying consciousness that was comparable to 13 celestial phenomenon. It was no wonder this person could break through his intent realm. He could not withstand this kind of consciousness bombardment any longer. If this happened a few more times, he was not sure if he could withstand it. This was different from facing 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. The 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators were consciousness attacks, and this person was able to suppress him in terms of physical strength. If his consciousness was added to the equation, then Bao Qi had no chance of winning. Since that was the case, Bao Qi stood up and the savagery in his eyes intensified. He took out the cauldron bell and walked forward. Countless eyes looked at the abyss. When they saw Bao Qi walk out with the bell, everyone subconsciously retreated. The bell of the 10 bases had finally appeared. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Bao Qi, had Yu Xianxia not taken it away? Yu Xianxia was not afraid that he would complete his karma with Bao Qi. Jade Palace Master Yao was left with the Jade Water. When he controlled Jade Palace Master Yao, Yu Xianxia shattered the Jade Water, preventing him from completing the karma and causing him to suffer a backlash. Then why wasn't Bao Qi's cauldron bell taken away? Yu Xianxia knew that he was no match for him. Unless Yu Xianxia was confident that even if the cauldron bell was in Bao Qi's hands, he would not be able to complete his karma. What is it? Lu Yin's face grew solemn as he could not underestimate Yu Xianxia's methods. Just because he could not see through them did not mean that they did not exist, but that he truly could not see through them. What was it? In Bao Qi's eyes, Lu Yin's dignified expression was fear. He had originally wanted to fight without relying on the cauldron bell to clear his name, but there was no other way. He was completely suppressed and there was no chance of victory without relying on the cauldron bell. Step by step, Bao Qi lifted the cauldron bell and looked at Lu Yin. That's right, up until now this person has never been beaten down. He has always been looking down on me, Xianxia. Such humiliation was unbearable. Everyone held their breaths. The real battle had only just begun. Bao Qi relied on the cauldron bell to become Xianxia. Only with the cauldron bell could he be Xianxia. At this moment, Bao Qi was Xianxia. The cauldron bell floated in the air and Bao Qi slapped it with one hand. It felt as if the universe itself shook, and then an indescribable darkness spread towards Lu Yin like ink. Lu Yin raised his brows as he saw the absolute darkness again. During the battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe, this silent darkness had prevented anyone from approaching. During the battle in the Mirage domain, this power had rendered Ancestor Lu Yuan, Ancestor Yi and the others helpless. Only Lu Yin and Progenitor Qin had been able to jump through time and borrow the opponent's sequence particles to break through. Then Ancestor Ku had fought alone, but he had been unable to hold on for long. This silent power was enough to make the Tianyuan universe's 3 realms and 6 paths difficult to deal with. Lu Yin watched as the silent darkness approached. All around him, the spectators had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Even without coming into contact with it, they could feel how terrifying this silent darkness was. Mr. Li's eyes flickered. He could not break through this silent darkness. Bao Qi had the cauldron bell, so to a certain extent he was invincible. It all depended on whether or not the third keeper had the strength to break through this power. Lu Yin's expression did not change. He had more than one way to break through this silent darkness. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. Consecutive palms, skipping time, or even directly bombarding Bao Qi with his consciousness could all be used to overwhelm him. In the end, he chose the most shocking method. With his hands behind his back, he stood in the void, allowing the silent darkness to drown him. It was as if the sky had turned upside down, completely enveloping him. No one had expected Lu Yin to not evade. Although this silent darkness was powerful, it was slow and its traces were obvious. It could be easily avoided, but the third keeper had chosen not to. Was he that confident? Or was it that the cauldron bell's power could not be avoided? Everyone was puzzled. Only Bao Qi's expression darkened. This person was deliberately not evading. He wanted to resist the cauldron bell's power. Very well, let's see how long you can last. High up in the sky, Lu Yin had sunk into the darkness. His body continuously withered and then recovered. This silent darkness was already approaching the limit of his body's endurance. If he got any stronger, he might be able to break through this limit. However, Bao Qi could not break through this limit, or he would not be Xianxia. In the entire spiritualized universe, only Yu Xianxia could break through Lu Yin's endurance limit. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not have been able to reverse time by 37 years. Lu Yin knew that his body was constantly withering and recovering, but in the eyes of others he just stood there in the darkness with a calm expression. It was as if Bao Qi was borrowing the power of the cauldron bell, but it did not affect him in the slightest. This scene completely shocked everyone who was watching the battle. In the wisdom void domain, Mr. Li's eyes narrowed. Impossible. Just how strong was this third keeper? Beside him, Mr. Yu was stunned. He had relied on the wisdom void domain to observe the spiritualized universe, but this third keeper had completely exceeded his scope of understanding. This person was the ruler of the Tianyuan universe, similar to Yu Xianxia in the spiritualized universe. That had to be the case. His strength was beyond the scope of normal understanding. Even further away, Elder Yu's expression was solemn as he repeatedly thought about the layout of the wisdom void domain. Was it really foolproof? On the other side of the spatial abyss, several powerful auras retreated. Is this guy a monster? He can even resist the power of the cauldron bell? There's a problem. If he can really resist the cauldron bell, then perhaps only Yu Xianxia in the spiritualized universe can defeat him. There must be a problem somewhere. Perhaps this is why Yu Xianxia has never acted. Could it be that Yu Xianxia is also not confident? Or perhaps he has already acted, but there's nothing he can do. When these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Many fearful gazes looked up at the sky and landed on Lu Yin's body. What was the limit of this person's strength? Even further away, old Tao's mouth was agape. This was the strength of a keeper? This was the strength of the master of the Tianyuan universe. He was able to ignore Xianxia's strength. This battle was much simpler than the previous ones, but it was also the most shocking. Kai Keqing, Palace Mistress Yao, and the others were in disbelief. When had Xianxia become so weak? Qin Yun stared blankly into the distance. He was surrounded by darkness, but the darkness could not drown him. This person was like the center of the universe. Rumu took a deep breath and her eyes burned with passion. It was not a waste for her to be his maid. Above the spatial abyss, Lu Yin slowly descended towards Bao Qi, still looking down from above. The silent darkness could not harm him in the slightest. Bao Qi's face was deathly pale and his torn lips were dripping with blood. He stared blankly as Lu Yin approached, his gaze replacing the stars and enveloping him. Yu Xianxia's words kept ringing in his ears. At this moment, Bao Qi finally understood why Yu Xianxia had not allowed him to act. He really could not deal with this person. He really was not a match for this person. How could there be such a person? This person had always been above him, Xianxia. How did he do it? How did he do it? Who was Xianxia? Who was the challenger? Bao Qi's eyes flashed fiercely, and multicolored rays of light flowed from his arms into the cauldron bell as he struck it repeatedly. The silent darkness grew deeper and deeper, sweeping towards Lu Yin like a black wave. While the outside world seemed relaxed, Lu Yin was the only one who knew how dangerous this moment was. Everything had a limit, and he was sure that Bao Qi would not be able to break through this limit. However, if it had been someone else, such as Mr. Li, who had crossed the bitter calamity, he would have been finished long ago. Regardless of whether it was the carefree old man, the dancing butterfly, or the plain master's path, once they were submerged by this silent power, they would not be able to withstand it and would definitely be defeated. Of course, if they really wanted to fight Bao Qi, they would not be submerged by this power. During the battle in the Mirage Domain, Bao Qi had relied on this silent power to protect himself and Yi Xianxia. If not for Lu Yin and Progenitor Chen's ability to skip time and their ability to reverse things, they might not have been able to do anything to Bao Qi. He had been completely seen through. No matter how deep the silent darkness was, it could not submerge Lu Yin. Lu Yin approached step by step, bringing shock and pressure to Bao Qi as well as the entire spiritualized universe. At this moment, Lu Yin was not looking down on Bao Qi. He was looking down on the entire spiritualized universe, the 7 great Xianxians and Yu Xianxian. Bao Qi could not accept this. There had been many defeated Xianxians throughout history, and when they lost, their status would be stripped away. However, there had never been such a humiliating defeat. Bao Qi could not bear to be suppressed, beaten, and completely suppressed. He roared, and his aura suddenly changed. It went from being savage and tyrannical to suddenly calming down. At this moment, his aura changed as well, giving off an indescribable feeling. All of this had happened in an instant, and it was so fast that it felt like a dream. Everyone stared at Bao Qi. He had stepped into the bitter calamity realm. Originally, he had only been a step away from the bitter calamity realm, but now, as long as he was willing, he could step into the bitter calamity realm at any time. Chapter 35:12. Bao Qi Xianxia is crossing bitter calamity. The third boss forced Bao Qi Xianxia into bitter calamity in the end. That's the true Xianxia. Since ancient times, Xianxia has always crossed bitter calamity. Bao Qi Xianxia is no exception. The outcome has changed again. The third boss is too arrogant. Now that he's forced Bao Qi Xianxia into bitter calamity, he's doomed. No one knew how bitter calamity would change. Perhaps it would become stronger, perhaps it would become weaker, or perhaps it would remain the same. In the eyes of the spiritualized universe, Bao Qi would definitely become stronger after entering bitter calamity, which would make the battle even more suspenseful. However, only Lu Yin knew that Bao Qi's strength had not changed at all after entering bitter calamity. In the battle of the Mirage Domain, he still needed to fall into bitter calamity to work with Yi Xianxia. Entering bitter calamity would not change the outcome. Bao Qi lowered his head in the silent darkness. Everyone was waiting for him to take action. Lu Yin took a step forward and stood before Bao Qi, a cauldron bell between them. He raised his hand and grabbed the cauldron bell. Bao Qi suddenly raised his head. His eyes were terrifyingly calm, completely different from before. He stared at Lu Yin. "I'm not your opponent, but it's impossible for you to defeat me and steal the cauldron bell so easily." With that, his aura changed again and his eyes became brutal once more. His short, red hair fell off and he began to bleed. Lu Yin was surprised. Bao Qi had actually fallen to the primordial realm without any hesitation, as he knew that entering bitter calamity would be useless. He really was someone who had reached Xianxia's level. Such decisiveness was rare. If he fell after entering bitter calamity, he would no longer have any hopes of reaching the eternal realm in the future. Meng Sang's battle with Lu Yin had left her in a life-threatening situation, so she had fallen as well. How long had it been since Bao Qi entered bitter calamity? It had only been a single moment, yet he had fallen so decisively. It was enough for Lu Yin to admit that Bao Qi had the right to become Xianxia. Bao Qi understood himself far too well. However, so what if he fell? It was impossible to change the outcome. Everyone was stunned. Bao Qi had just entered bitter calamity, but he had fallen in the blink of an eye. What was going on? No one could understand. Only Bao Qi himself knew that entering bitter calamity had not increased his strength at all. Instead, his personality had completely changed. This change was filled with rationality, but rationality was not suitable for this battle. He finally understood why Xianxia taught him that move. He thought he would never use it. That technique could only be performed by the original Baoqi. The rational Baoqi couldn't perform it. The cauldron bell was held by two people. Lu Yin placed a hand on the cauldron bell and watched the sequence particles fill the sky. Through the particles he could see the determination in Baoqi's eyes. Does he still have more tricks up his sleeve? That shouldn't be the case. In the Battle of the Mirage Domain he didn't have any other moves up his sleeves. Right, Xianxia? Lu Yin exerted some force in his palm, and a terrifying force passed through the cauldron bell and slammed into Baoqi's body, causing him to spit out blood. Baoqi's gaze was extremely ferocious. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, which dyed his body red. He grabbed the cauldron bell tightly and refused to let go. The cauldron bell is mine. No one can take it away from me. With a roar, the sequence particles inside the bell fell off and cracks appeared on the bell. Lu Yin looked at the cauldron bell as a stream of light shuttled back and forth beside him. A second later, the cauldron bell returned to normal. Baoqi was dumbfounded. Lu Yin punched the cauldron bell again. His power went through the bell and hit Baoqi. Baoqi was sent flying, coughing up blood. The cauldron bell crashed to the ground with a loud bang. No matter how many tricks Xianxia had, unless Lu Yin had snatched the cauldron bell from the start, Baoqi would not be able to use any tricks. It would be very difficult. However, Lu Yin didn't dare to underestimate Xianxia. Baoqi's failure might have been within Xianxia's expectations. Then he suddenly looked in a direction. A mournful wail suddenly sounded. This sound disgusted Lu Yin as if countless negative emotions were exploding. In particular, the wail of a child made him feel like his head was about to explode. The spectators had yet to recover from Baoqi being sent flying when they heard this sound. Someone was shocked. A child's mother. This is a child's mother's wail. On the other side of the spatial abyss, a ghostly figure floated over with a child in her arms. Her eyes were lifeless and filled with tears of blood. She stared at Lu Yin and let out a faint laugh. "Give me back my child. Give me back my child." At the same time, a finger and a claw attacked Lu Yin from two different directions. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "It's you guys again. I will find you sooner or later." As he spoke, he waved his hand and a terrifying force shattered the finger and the claw. At this moment, the child's mother was already in front of Lu Yin. She opened her mouth and let out an even more mournful wail. In the starry sky above Lu Yin's heart, his consciousness planet rotated. His majestic consciousness swept across the void and swept towards the child's mother. Playing tricks. The child's mother's voice couldn't withstand the cosmic realm consciousness at all. She was hit head-on and spat out blood as she was sent flying. In her arms, the child fell. A face looked at Lu Yin and smiled. It was a hideous and disgusting face that sent chills down Lu Yin's spine. The child's mother panicked and was terrified. "My child. My child." The child fell into the spatial abyss, causing the child's mother to go crazy. She actually managed to suppress the pain of fainting from Lu Yin's consciousness attack. Blood flowed out of her 7 orifices as her pale body glowed. "Give me back my child." The mournful wail caused the cauldron bell to rumble. It let out an even deeper sound beside Lu Yin that resonated with the mournful wail. Lu Yin pressed one hand on the cauldron bell to suppress its sound. He aimed his other hand at the child's mother and flicked his finger. His power tore through the void and pierced the child's mother's neck. The child's mother coughed out blood and was sent flying. Lu Yin took this opportunity to put away the cauldron bell. However, he was shocked to find that the bell had cracked. How could this be? Baoqi was sent flying by him. Could it be? He looked at the child's mother who was coughing up blood. This woman's power had triggered the bell. She was Xianxia's method. The cauldron bell cracked and majestic sound sequence particles drifted out and converged towards Baoqi. This was the recognition that Baoqi had obtained after nurturing the bell for so many years. These sequence particles only recognized him. He could originally use the cauldron bell to display Xianxia's strength. Now that he had shattered the bell, it was equivalent to using all the sequence particles in one go. The cauldron bell had been condensed by 105 sound sequence powerhouses, which meant that at this moment, Bao Qi could release the sequence particles of himself and those 105 sound sequence powerhouses at the same time to unleash an earth-shattering attack. Even though the price was the destruction of the cauldron bell. However, from the moment the child's mother took action, Bao Qi had basically been abandoned. Not only had his position as Xianxia been abandoned, but he had also been abandoned as a person. The mighty Xianxia had to work with others to launch a sneak attack against a challenger. There was no way he could survive in the spiritualized universe no matter what. Xianxia had considered abandoning him long ago. The destruction of the cauldron bell gave all the spiritualized cultivators a reason to vent their anger. Bao Qi was the one who had destroyed the cauldron bell. He was a sinner of the spiritualized universe. Bao Qi knew all of this. If he had been at the level of coup adversity, he would not have done such a thing. Only when he was at the primordial realm and filled with savagery would he have done such a thing. He had to do this. This outcome had been decided long ago. The sequence particles of the cauldron bell filled the sky as Bao Qi crawled out from the ground. He was covered in blood, but he smiled viciously as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Bao Qi. Is it worth it? You're just a pawn of Xianxia. Bao Qi smiled. I won the position of Xianxia by competing with a bunch of mad dogs. I won't let you take it away so easily. Let's treat this battle as the final battle for the position of Xianxia. After saying that, he opened his mouth and endless sequence particles flew toward Bao Qi. The spectators were shocked. Those who could not see the sequence particles were fine, but those who could felt their scalps tingle. They had never seen such a terrifying sequence of particles. It was as if they could drown the universe. These were the sequence particles that had appeared when the cauldron bell had been completely destroyed. Bao Qi was a sinner. He had destroyed the sequence of the 10 bases and worked with others to deal with the third manager. He was a sinner and he was no longer Xianxia. In the wisdom void domain, Elder Yu sighed. If the mighty Xianxia had been a pawn from the very beginning, this would have been his fate. Xianxia, what a good move. He's really vicious. Bao Qi would rather die than let the third manager off. But that third manager is vicious as well. He actually forced Bao Qi to die together with him. Mother Tong was heavily injured by him in a single move. That crazy woman is not weak. She had competed for Xianxia's position before. In any case, I won't do anything. We never planned on doing anything. Lu Yin stood in the spatial abyss. On one side was the heavily injured Mother Tong, while on the other side was Bao Qi, who was constantly enveloping the sequence particles. Did Xianxia really think that the power of the cauldron bell would allow Bao Qi to defeat him? No, that was impossible. Xianxia only wanted the cauldron bell to shatter so that Lu Yin would not be able to complete his karma. This was Xianxia's true method. Bao Qi had ended. From the moment Lu Yin had challenged him, or rather from the moment he had agreed to Lu Yin's challenge, Bao Qi had ended. Lu Yin looked at Bao Qi, who was about to unleash his final attack. It would have been better for this person to die in the 37 years that had flowed backward. It would have been better than being used by Xianxia and not even knowing the true reason behind his death. So what if he was Xianxia? In fact, from the moment the cauldron bell had been given to Bao Qi, his fate had been sealed. Lu Yin raised his hand and launched a series of palm strikes. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, a portion of the sequence particles that should have surged toward Bao Qi actually flowed toward Lu Yin and gathered in his palm. This scene stunned everyone, including Mr. Li, who was a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity. There was such a battle technique. Even the sequence particles could be used. Ancestor Ku was extremely talented and had broken through the karma that the everlasting realm grass grandmaster had used to seal Lu Yin for 100 years. Ancestor Chen was also extremely talented and had created a series of palm strikes that could borrow the power of all things. Under the series of palm strikes, Bao Qi could not use all of the sequence particles from the cauldron bell. He stared at Lu Yin and wanted to snatch the sequence particles. Lu Yin struck out with a palm that traversed the void. Bao Qi's pupils shrank and he opened his mouth to roar. A deep black light that contained a myriad of colors shot out from his mouth and blasted toward Lu Yin. The two forces collided and the void collapsed. The spatial abyss split open in all directions, and the entire Intelliski domain trembled. Huge cracks extended toward the Intelliski domain and swept past Mr. Li's feet and Elder Yu's feet. This was a battle between Xianxia and Xianxia. This was Xianxia's magnanimity. Even if he died, so what? Bao Qi had been used not because he was stupid but because of his pride. He would not allow himself to be defeated so miserably. Even if he died, he would have fought with power that was worthy of Xianxia's level. Chapter 35:13. Under the gazes of countless people, the smoke and dust dissipated. Bao Qi stood where he was, his eyes lifeless. He had died in battle. Across from him, Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. He hadn't been injured by Bao Qi, but rather by the fact that the cauldron bell had shattered, causing a karmic backlash. Yu Xianxian's true scheme had begun. Karmic backlash was his true method of dealing with Lu Yin. Karma backlash, yet another karma backlash. Everything in front of Lu Yin's eyes changed, and he felt as if he had returned to the Tianyuan universe without those 37 years of retrogression. He also felt as if he had arrived at the karmic cycle where he saw Long Shi and Xiaoxiaoshuan. Which one was real? Which one is fake? At that moment, the heavenly Tao of karma erupted from the starry sky above his heart. The God-sealing catalogue's golden light was like a sun that enveloped Lu Yin's body. Beneath the ground, the general appointment platform's underworld was dark and gloomy. There was blood at the corner of Lu Yin's mouth as he sat down cross-legged to resist the karmic backlash. At this moment, it wasn't that he didn't have the strength to fight back. The increase in the karma heavenly Tao gave him the ability to face the backlash of karma. Karma backlash came from the universe, and now that he had created the karma heavenly Tao, he was resisting the karma of the universe. In the eyes of outsiders, Lu Yin had been heavily injured by Bao Qi's final attack, and his face was deathly pale. Many people's eyes flickered. If they didn't make a move now, they wouldn't have another chance. This third boss was too strong. He had suppressed Bao Qi Xianxian from beginning to end. If Bao Qi Xianxian hadn't broken through the 10 base sequence, they wouldn't have been able to hurt him. Such a person should not be allowed to live. Otherwise, who would be able to compete for the position of Xianxian? The day of the guardian spirit was close at hand, and everyone wanted to fight for a chance at survival. Aura after aura rose into the sky, and the most powerful of them was accompanied by a blazing flame that ignited Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin sat on the heavenly Tao of karma and resisted the backlash of karma from the outside world. However, in the eyes of others they could not see anything at all. They could only see the golden light of the God-sealing catalogue. Now they saw a wisp of flame appear on Lu Yin's body. Is that a candle? Wuxia has come. She's Wuxia of the Myriad Beasts border, a primordial realm expert. She's another expert who fought for Xianxian's position. Mother Tong has made her move as well. Under the influence of the heavenly Tao of karma, Lu Yin opened his eyes and saw the flames burning in front of him. Murderous intents appeared from different directions, as all of these people wanted to take advantage of his heavy injuries to attack him. A mournful and sorrowful voice swept over. Blood dripped from the child's mother's neck and her hair flew in the air. She was like an evil spirit as she threw herself at him. Lu Yin used the reverse step and paralleled the flow of time to appear behind Mother Tong and grab her head. Mother Tong turned around and struck out with her 5 poison palm. The child's mother's 5 poison palm used grief, resentment, hatred, and ruthlessness as the 5 poisons. It was the most evil palm strike in the world, and its might shook an entire era. It was to the extent that no one dared to become enemies with the child's mother. At the same time, he grabbed Tong Mu's head with his other hand and forcefully pushed her into the ground, landing her in the hell of General Diao. Mother Tong disappeared in an instant. The karma heavenly Tao expanded. Lu Yin exhaled. At this moment he was still resisting the karmic backlash, and he could not differentiate between the present and the past. He could not tell his own identity, and even his own strength was becoming blurry. However, after pushing Tong Mu into the Point Commander's platform hell and increasing the heavenly Tao of karma, he was able to see things clearly. Only powerhouses could increase the heavenly Tao of karma and give him a chance to resist the karmic backlash. This was the worst time to challenge Xianxian. If he won, it would attract the attention of all sorts of old fellows, and they would all want to fight for a chance at survival on the day of the sacrifice spirit. However, this was the most suitable time for Lu Yin, as this was the only time that so many powerhouses would come knocking on his door to increase the heavenly Tao of karma. It was also the only time that he could become Xianxian's successor. He had suppressed Mother Tong. Lu Yin looked up and surveyed his surroundings. Xianxian? What a joke. In my eyes, there are no experts in the spiritualized universe. This universe is huge, but there is no expert who can match me. You want to take my life while I'm heavily injured? Are you worthy? Come, let me see who dares to step forward. His voice resounded throughout the universe. Around spatial abyss in the distant heavens, countless people were shocked by Lu Yin's domineering aura. He had just defeated Bao Qi's Xianxia and suppressed Mother Tong, and now he wanted to challenge the world's experts. Did he really think that there were no experts in the spiritualized universe? Or was he not afraid of death? Old Tao trembled. Boss, you should speak less. Look at you, you're already bleeding. Qin Yun gulped. Domineering, this person was truly like this. This was the real him. Qing Zhao's mouth fell open. This was too ruthless. In the wisdom sky domain, Mr. Li's expression sank. If this person did not die, who in the spiritualized universe would be able to stop him in the future? It was time for those old fellows to act. Flames surged in the distance, and a flame beast the size of a mountain that resembled a rat walked out. It stared at Lu Yin. My 10,000 beasts border will kill you today. In the surroundings, many people dispersed the heat waves. It really is Wuxia, a primordial realm powerhouse from the 10,000 beasts border. That flame is his. On the other side, water flowed around to resist the heat waves. It was a graceful middle-aged man. Wuxia, reign in your flames. Can't you see that my water has evaporated? He then looked at Lu Yin. Boss, I have no enmity with you. You are very arrogant, but I don't care. However, can you let Qin Yun go? He's my junior. Lu Yin looked over. An expert from the bitter adversity border had appeared so quickly. He knew that there were experts from the bitter adversity border hidden in the surroundings, and he had thought that they would only appear after dealing with the spiritual primes. He had not expected them to appear so quickly. Is that a psychic immortal? A psychic immortal? The one in the legends? Yes, the one in the legends. The one in the legends, shameless. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he stared angrily into the distance. Who dares to call me shameless? The surrounding people immediately fell silent, not daring to speak. The psychic immortal snorted and looked at Lu Yin again. How is it, boss? Lu Yin looked at the psychic immortal. What's your relationship with the ninth immortal, Xianxia? The moment this question was asked, the psychic immortal's entire demeanor changed. He was indignant, aggrieved, and strangely excited. She is my woman. Lu Yin was shocked. The ninth immortal is your woman? In the distance, the discussion came again, and this time there were many more voices. Shameless indeed. The most shameless in the spiritualized universe. The ninth immortal Xianxia has never bothered with him. Wherever he goes, he says that the ninth immortal Xianxia is his woman. If he had not fled quickly, the ninth immortal Xianxia would have dealt with him long ago. Lower your voice. Don't be heard. Shameless old thief. Destined to die alone. When the psychic immortal heard this, his face turned red. He was furious. Who is it? Come out if you dare. If I don't beat you until your face is swollen, I won't be called the psychic immortal. Lu Yin understood. So he was one of the ninth immortal Xianxia's admirers. This meant that he wanted to take Qin Yun away to curry favor with the ninth immortal Xianxia. Thinking of this, Lu Yin's expression darkened. If the psychic immortal was fighting for Xianxia's position, it would not matter. However, he was causing trouble for Lu Yin just to curry favor with someone else. At this moment, a pale blue flame suddenly appeared, connecting the void and heading towards Lu Yin. The 15th ranked sequence method, Eternal Flame. Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart, and the rules did not come close. More than half of the eternal flame was instantly dispersed, but there was still a sliver of it connected to the candle flame in front of Lu Yin. This sliver of space was instantly burned by the eternal flame. Lu Yin waved his hand and struck out. A terrifying force shook the void and tried to contain the eternal flame, but he found that it was useless. Once the eternal flame sequence particles were formed, it would definitely burn everything within range. It was incomparably domineering, and this was its qualification to be ranked 15th. Lu Yin swayed the eternal flame. Unless the eternal flame was completely extinguished, everything that came into contact with it would be burned to ashes. Looking at the pale red burn mark on her arm, Wuxia released the eternal flame again. This time there was more of it, and it pounced towards Lu Yin like a pale blue python. No matter where Lu Yin hid, it was useless. The candle flame was the catalyst for the eternal flame. However, even though the eternal flame was ranked 15th, there was still a limit to its power. Otherwise, it would not have simply left a burn mark on Lu Yin's arm. It would have burned his entire body. The pale blue python covered the sky and covered the earth, leaving behind a scene of destruction in its wake. At the same time, a stream appeared under its feet. It was as graceful as a painting, and one could vaguely see a glacier. The psychic immortal had made his move. In the Ji Kong domain, Mr. Li's expression was solemn. The psychic immortal was also known as the Four Waters deity. He controlled the four waters, namely the flowing stream, boiling rain, Zhenhe, and parting sea. Finally, the four waters merged into one and became the Four Waters deity. He was extremely powerful. All this time he had been creating sequence techniques. If he succeeded, he might be able to create 8 or 9 sequence techniques in the spiritualized universe and leave his name in the annals of history. The spiritualized universe was different from the Tianyuan universe. In the spiritualized universe, cultivators were instilled with the impression that they could cultivate in 88 sequence laws from a young age. Under such a unified cultivation model, very few people would think of creating sequence laws. The Tianyuan universe had the 3 realms and 6 Daoists, all of which could create destructive sequence laws. The cultivation environment was full of freedom. These were 2 completely different cultivation environments. As for the strength of a single sequence law, even though the 3 realms and 6 Daoists had created destructive sequence laws, there were also destructive sequence laws in the spiritualized universe. This was especially true for the first 3, which were known as the absolute sequence. Outside of this, there were occasionally people who tried to create sequence laws, but they were like waves returning to the sea, disappearing without a trace. Among these people, the Four Waters deity was the most famous. Not only because his strength had reached the level of Dooku, but also because he was shameless. Everyone in the spiritualized universe knew the extent of his shamelessness. Many people suspected that the 9th Spirit's expedition to the consciousness universe had been driven away by his disgust. Because of this, he had requested to go on an expedition to the consciousness universe, but Yu Sang Tian had forcefully suppressed him. The perception immortal had not made a move for a very, very long time. Everyone was curious as to whether he had created any sequence laws. Wuxia's light blue python pointed its flames at Lu Yin. Beneath its feet, the stream froze the void, preventing Lu Yin from moving. Lu Yin suddenly descended, stepping directly onto the stream. The perception immortal was shocked. This person was actually provoking him. This person was clearly so severely injured, yet he still dared to provoke him. Above his head, the light blue python drooped down. Below his feet, the stream coiled around Lu Yin's legs. At this moment, 2 top-notch powerhouses were attacking together. Everyone stared with wide eyes. Lu Yin raised his hand and grabbed the light blue python. "Come down." The light blue python was viciously dragged down towards the stream. Chapter 35:14. No one dared to touch the eternal brightness flame. Any expert who cultivated the eternal brightness flame possessed a great advantage, which was that no one dared to approach the flame. They were extremely fearful of it, unless a primordial realm expert could disperse the eternal brightness flame by not approaching it. However, Wuxia had an innate ability to spiritualize, turbid. He had become the catalyst for the eternal brightness flame, so even primordial realm experts did not want to attack him. Wuxia was a peak expert of the myriad beasts territory. He was a rather troublesome existence even among spiritualized primordial realm experts. Defeating him was not easy. However, Lu Yin grabbed the python formed by the eternal brightness flame and pushed it into the stream of the perception immortal. As he ignored the eternal brightness flame, he forcefully tore open the stream. The eternal brightness flame collided with the stream, producing a rumble. The water merged with the flame and shot out in all directions. Wuxia and the perception immortal both took a step back and looked over in shock. So vicious? The ground around them was pierced by the flames and water, destroying the battlefield where Lu Yin and Bao Qi had fought. Cultivators further away were affected. Some were directly incinerated to nothingness, while others were extinguished by the water as soon as they were incinerated. They were reduced to charcoal, living a fate worse than death. In the Wisdom Sky domain, Mr. Li casually pushed aside the eternal brightness flame and looked at Jian Yuan deeply. Just how powerful was this third boss body to be able to do something like this? Whether it was Yu Shan or Bao Qi, neither of them had truly pushed him to the limits of his physical strength. Lu Yin casually tossed aside the eternal brightness flame. It was useless against his eternal brightness flame. He took a step forward and approached Wuxia through parallel time. Wuxia's eyes swiveled and the eternal brightness flame burned through outer space, forcefully forcing Lu Yin out of parallel time. Parallel time was extremely effective against progenitors and even experts of the laws of sequence, but it was useless against primordial realm experts. However, Lu Yin did not rely on this move to win. He only used it to increase his speed. Up ahead, Wuxia stared at Lu Yin. The eternal brightness flame covered the sky, forming a faint blue curtain that pressed down. Lu Yin tore apart the eternal brightness flame and took another step forward, arriving before Wuxia. Wuxia could not believe that this person had actually ignored the eternal brightness flame. He did not reject the sequence laws, nor did he avoid it. He simply ignored it. This exceeded his understanding of this person. His physical strength was just too terrifying. Bang! Lu Yin struck out at Wuxia from across the void. Right Xia raised his claws to block in front of him. Lu Yin's palm strike landed on his two forearms, causing his huge body to retreat dozens of steps. At that moment, raindrops fell from above his head. The Psyche Immortal had once again made her move to boil the rain. Lu Yin frowned and turned around. His cold gaze swept across the Psyche Immortal as his majestic consciousness was released. It was like a storm connecting the heavens and the earth as it crashed down. The Perception Immortal was shocked, but he was already prepared. He raised his arms and said, "Suppress the river." Water flowed all over the void, heading upwards to resist the majestic consciousness. He had fought in the consciousness universe before. Almost all the famous cultivators in the spiritualized universe had fought in the consciousness universe before. How could he not have the ability to resist consciousness? Especially when he was an expert who had crossed bitter adversity. The endless river was bombarded by Lu Yin's consciousness, and the sky was divided into two colors. One was Lu Yin's consciousness, deep and dark, while the other was the Spirit Immortal's suppressing river. It was rippling and looked beautiful, but it kept dispersing. The Thought Immortal gritted his teeth. This guy has a starry sky-level consciousness. He can't hold on. Separation C. There was another loud shout, and an even more majestic water flow rose into the sky, covering the sky and splitting it into two with the eternal brightness flame in the distance. Eternal brightness flame and separation C. Below them was Lu Yin. Lu Yin's consciousness kept pressing down, but the Perception Immortal held on. The Perception Immortal panted. "Ninth Spirit, I've really risked my life for your descendant. I haven't encountered the 13 heavenly phenomenon in the consciousness universe, but I didn't expect to face it in the spiritualized universe. It's too difficult." All the spectating cultivators were enveloped by the separation sea and eternal brightness flame, including the cultivators in the starry sky outside the wisdom sky territory. They all looked up, afraid that these two forces would fall. Old Tao and the others were afraid. The Perception Immortal's strength should be close to the level of Bao Qi's cauldron bell. After all, he was shameless enough to spread rumors everywhere. He was a top-notch expert who had survived the ninth spirit Sang Tian's attack and driven her away. He would have died long ago. Bao Qi could resist consciousness, but the Perception Immortal could resist consciousness. In Lu Yin's opinion, in terms of absolute strength, the Perception Immortal would definitely surpass Bao Qi. After all, Bao Qi was much younger than the Perception Immortal. But in terms of destructive power, Bao Qi far surpassed the current Perception Immortal. In the starry sky above Lu Yin's heart, the consciousness planet spun faster and faster. Behind him, a shadow loomed over him. The right summer's body was covered in eternal brightness flame. Its two sharp claws clenched together like a human fist and smashed down. Lu Yin was surprised that the right summer would attack in such a way. He also punched out. Bang! The right summer's body was pushed back again. The eternal brightness flame on its body was extinguished, and cracks spread from its arms to its body. He was shocked. Indeed, this human's physical strength was terrifying. He was much stronger than Yu Shan. It did not give up and smashed down again. Lu Yin kicked out with a bang. Something was wrong. This attack was not weaker than the previous one, but the right summer was only pushed back half the distance. Strength was increasing. Bang! There was another loud bang. This time the right summer was pushed back a third of the distance. Following that, there was another loud collision. More and more cracks appeared on the right summer's body. Blood flowed from the cracks, but its strength was also increasing. At the same time, the eternal brightness flames spread towards Lu Yin with every collision. This was the only way it could defeat Lu Yin. It had to use its strength to restrain Lu Yin and reduce the possibility of Lu Yin using his physical strength to resist the eternal brightness flame. At the same time, the eternal brightness flame burned. Now it was a competition to see who would be the first to give up. In the distance, many cultivators from the 10,000 Beasts border watched in a daze. The mighty Right Summer was an absolute powerhouse that could shake the heavens in the 10,000 Beasts border. Who would have thought that there would be a day when it would be beaten so miserably? The cultivators from the 10,000 Beasts border had bitter expressions as they watched the Right Summer being beaten back again and bleeding profusely. I remember now. It's the overlapping fist, the famous technique of the Right Summer. It can stack the strength of an attack and release it again, someone exclaimed. The bystanders understood. No wonder every time it clashed with the third master, it felt like its strength had increased a little. It's rumored that the overlapping fist can be stacked infinitely. Doesn't that mean that its strength will surpass the third master sooner or later? An old voice sighed. That's not how it's calculated. It also depends on whether the body can withstand it and who the opponent of the stacked fist is. The third master's strength is too strong, causing Wuxia to use all its strength every time it uses the stacked fist, causing it to be unable to retain a portion of its strength to withstand the backlash of the stacked fist. Doing so would also harm itself. Now let's see how long it can last and how long the third master can last. Last? To Lu Yin there was no such word. His strength was endless and the clash with the Right Summer was just a pretense. It didn't matter to the onlookers, but to Xianxia he needed to make him believe that he was truly suffering from a karmic backlash. Otherwise he was worried that Xianxia would attack him directly. The Right Summer's use of strength was truly impressive, but it was about time. Lu Yin's arm flowed with power as he punched out. The moment he punched out, the Right Summer's pupils shrank. Not good. It wanted to dodge, but the inertia from the overlapping fist forced it to attack as well. With a thump, the Right Summer's arm shattered as Lu Yin's punch landed on the Right Summer's body, almost piercing through it as it fell down. Blood stained the heavens, truly stained with blood. The Right Summer's huge body fell down, leaving behind a trail of blood and remnants of eternal flame. It was like a blue meteor falling from the heavens. Just as Lu Yin was about to suppress the Right Summer into the Hell of Appointment stage, a ray of golden light flashed past and arrived in an instant. It was so fast that it seemed to travel through time. Lu Yin leaned to the side as the golden light flashed past. Not far away, a golden bird tore through the void, its light enveloping the abyss. Although this golden light wasn't as divine as the Divine Seal catalog, it was extremely dazzling to the point that it made Lu Yin uncomfortable. Many gasped in the surroundings. De Goldwing? The Myriad Beasts border actually sent two top powerhouses? I understand now. The Right Summer is paving the way for De Goldwing. After Bao Qi's defeat, Xianxia's position is no longer guaranteed. The Myriad Beasts border wants another seat, so they sent the Right Summer and De Goldwing. In comparison, De Goldwing is naturally more likely to succeed Xianxia. During the Battle of Xianxia, Bao Qi defeated De Goldwing with the Cauldron Bell bestowed by Xianxia. Otherwise, the outcome of that battle would have been unknown. De Goldwing is here again. The Myriad Beasts border is determined to win. Emperor No is too overbearing. Isn't he afraid of Xianxia? The Myriad Beasts border is ruthless. Of the 7 powers in the spiritualized universe, the Zhikong domain had been around the longest, the Gate of Techniques had the deepest foundation, and the Myriad Beasts border had the most hidden beast-shaped spiritual molds. This was because the spiritualized universe was split into 2 types of cultivation: spiritualized human molds and spiritualized beast-shaped molds. Although only 1/10 of the spiritualized beast-shaped molds were formed, many powerhouses had settled down over the years. Some were alive while others were dead. No one knew how many ancient and powerful beasts had survived in the Myriad Beasts border. The one that had left the deepest impression on the outside world was the old salamander. No one knew how long that old salamander had lived. It was older than Xianxia, but it had not died. De Goldwing might not have lived as long as the old salamander, but it had lived for a long time as well. Could be considered the next generation of Yuanqi, far surpassing Bao Qi and Meng Sang. Above the abyss, the eternal flame dissipated. The battle between the consciousness and the separation sea continued. On the other side, the eternal flame was replaced by a dazzling golden light. The perception immortal had long since sensed a familiar aura, but he had not expected it to be de Goldwing. This guy was really persistent in fighting for Sang Tian's position. With a boom, Wuxia crashed to the ground and looked up at the sky with great difficulty. It had tried its best, but it did not seem to have harmed the third master at all. Fortunately, it had forced out his physical strength. The flapping of its wings made the golden light even more dazzling. De Goldwing's eyes were as sharp as blades as he stared at Lu Yin. There was hatred in its eyes. Lu Yin could clearly see this hatred. Was it because of the enmity between the Dayu Villa and the Myriad Beasts border? Without saying a word, de Goldwing attacked and countless golden slashes covered the sky as they headed toward Lu Yin. Each slash was incomparably sharp, and it was enough to instantly kill an ordinary sequence law powerhouse.